Everyone, before starting our session, first I introduce our chairs. Here we have President Mr. Anand Tiwari, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce to you a dynamic young leader and inspiring voice in the field of debating and youth engagement, Mr. Anand Tiwari, a third year sociology honors student at Hindu College, Delhi University, hails from Varanasi where he completed his schooling. He founded the Youth Parliament of Central Hindu Boys School and has been actively participating in Model United Nations since 2019. With over 100 MUNs to his credit, Anand is also deeply involved in conventional and parliamentary debating. He has represented Delhi University at the All India National Youth Festivals. As a debate mentor, he has trained students from prestigious institutions like the Doon School, Mayur International, and Delhi College. He believes such platforms to foster holistic developments in young individuals. He co-founded the Sarvodaya Youth Parliament at Hindu College and is now currently serving as the president of conference. Okay, that is Mr. Anand Tiwari. And we have Vice President Muhammad Fahim and Rapper Master Justin K. Saish. Okay, once again, welcome all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir has just introduced me, myself Anand Tiwari, and I will be serving as the president of the conference. As I have said earlier, that in the UNSC, that is the United Nations Security Council, the presidency changes after a month. There is a delegate of Panama here, delegate of Panama. In August, Panama is the president of the UNSC, but there is no need of clap here. But this is an academic simulation. It is a model United Nation, not the actual United Nations. So I will be serving as the chairperson, come president of the United Nations Security Council, and Panama will be one of the delegates participating on the present agenda, that is uh, discussion on the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Right? Is it clear to each and everyone? Okay. Thank you so much. So, how many of you are doing the animals for the first time? Please raise a hand. Oh, a good number of people are doing the animals for the first time. Right? So, everyone has a notepad in the delegate kit, right? Everyone has a notepad in the delegate kit. Okay. On the first page of the notepad, write what motivated you to join this model United Nation. One thing, one reason behind, one objective behind, what motivated you to join this model United Nation conference. Okay, and I will randomly ask any one of you, what motivated you? Only one. And don't write that you motivated. No, one thing that motivated you to join this model United Nation conference. Everyone. Delegate of USA, what motivated you, ma'am?
When the world is facing wars and aggressions, as a student, I found an opportunity to defend the aggressors and to voice myself for the peace.
Okay, very noble thing. Anyone else? Delegate of Morocco.
I was motivated by the last year delegates of a school. I think it is a wonderful platform for teenagers to share their point of view related to the world.
Okay, thank you so much. Delegate of Qatar. You are writing. Okay. Okay. So you people are representing a country. You people are representing a country in terms of you people are the say for example, you people are somewhat here for the discussion on particular things. You are a designated person. You have been designated by your government. So you people are very respectful in terms of the society and all. So you people deserves that everyone in the model education conference has 4 points, right? So the first one is point of personal privilege. Say for example, uh, delegate of Canada is speaking, right? And it is not clearly audible to the delegate of Nigeria. Is it clear? So the delegate of Nigeria will raise a placard and will say, "Sir, point of personal privilege. The delegate of Saudi Arabia is not audible." Right? Is it making sense? So it is the point of personal privilege. If you want to go outside of the committee, if you are facing some problem, if say for example the fan is not working properly, if someone is constantly telling you something or disturbing you something, you can raise a point of personal privilege. Sir, point of personal privilege, this. Right? Is it clear? So it is point of personal privilege. First point. Second point, it is point of inquiry. Say, for example, the committee is going on, we have 2 days conference, and a time will come that you will feel bored in the committee. Because, right, so you will say that, sir, point of inquiry, what is happening in the committee? You get lost and you say, what is happening in the committee? So you can ask the executive board members what is happening in the committee, and how you can ask, you can raise a placard, you can say, sir, point of inquiry, and after that, you can ask the inquiry to the executive board. Sir, who's next in the GSL? What is going on in the committee? After the moderated caucus, are we going to have an unmoderated caucus or anything to the executive board? Is it clear? Any inquiry? Is it clear? Okay. The third one is point of order. Yes, so it is very important. Point of order is very important. How? Say, for example, delegate of China is speaking, and delegate of China says that New Delhi is the capital of China. Is it not right? Is it not true? Is it not a fact? Right? So, delegate of China has spoken that say, for example, New Delhi is the capital of India. It is not the truth. So, in that case, you have to raise a point of order in the committee. Right. So you will raise a point of order. How you have to raise a point of order? You can raise a placard and you can say that, sir, point of order, and then you have to say that quote the delegate of China said New Delhi is the capital of China. Unquote, Beijing is the capital of China. Right? Quote would be the statement that has been said by particular delegate. Unquote will be the right fact. Yes. So you cannot raise a point of order on opinions. How? Say, for example, delegate of Poland in the speech mentioned that Poland thinks that China should stop the war, Russia should stop the war, right? So this is our opinion. This is not mere a fact. Is it clear? You can raise a point of order on the fact, not on the opinions. Is it clear? Is it making sense? Right? So, but if, say for example, a particular delegate was speaking and it is very simple point of order, means everyone gets the point of order. Everyone gets the, this is the wrong and I will correct it. Right? So, in that situation, if we have only one point of order in the committee, if only one delegate raises the point of order, so we can accommodate one. Right? But if there are plenty of people, there are many of people, they are raising the point of order. Now we have to take it in chits, in the format of chit, and I will be writing the format of chit there on the whiteboard, right? So how you have to send the particular point of order chit. In that delegate kit, you have a small chit, right? Everyone has a small chit. Please go through that. This one. Right? So this is the chit pad, right? It is given to you for writing chits in the committee. I have explained to you what are personal chit, what is the chit of point of information, what is the chit of substantive chit, what is point of order chit, right? Is it clear? So there are three types of chit. First one is personal chit. Personal chit, how it works? Say for example, delegate of Morocco and delegate of Belarus are good friends. Not in terms of their allies, but as a individuals. Okay, both of them are from the same schools, and they want to discuss is say for example when is the annual sport meet of their school. Here only they want to discuss. They want to discuss that now. I want to know when is the annual sports meet, right? So anything. So they can ask personally. They can write on the top nothing but to and from and the particular thing. Say for example, they want to say that this particular delegate is doing very well. Anything in the committee, they will write to and from, and they will write the particular thing and send it. They will raise their hand with the check, right? So how you have to do that? It's very clear. So you have written the particular thing. It is the format of particular thing, right? So you have written the thing. I have to hold it like this. And you have to use raise your hand. There are volunteers here, right? They will take the check. They will need to give, right? So you will read it. So you have to give the check to the person it is designated, right? Is it clear? So you have to stand up and go to the is it clear? Is it clear? Okay. So we will follow it out. Next one is point of information check, right? So as I have explained earlier in the committee that in the GSLs we do not have questions, right? Say for example, Russia speaks that we have done this war, we are organizing this war, we are doing this particular revision because there was a crisis of say so for example self-defense that is mentioned in Article 39 of the UN Charter, and so Ukraine has to ask a question to the particular delegate, that is delegate of Russia. It is not the truth. Say, for example, Ukraine wants to ask anything to the delegate of Russia. So you are telling, so you are speaking not mere the fact in the UNGA resolution this was there and you are speaking not the right thing, right? So you cannot ask directly to the particular delegate in the GSLs. If in a GSL, say for example, by the discretion of the secretariat, the timings for the GSL is 90 seconds. Is it clear? 90 seconds, you have the floor to speak in the GSL, General Speakers List. If a person speaks for 70 seconds, right? 20 seconds are left. Is it clear? So, the executive board members will give a tap at 60, right? One tap at 60, double tap at 90. Please show them to delegates. One tap at 60 with the gavel. One tap at 60, double tap at 90, right? So you people don't have the timer, you people don't have the timer to stop and start your speeches. So you can follow that, right? You have three options. Yields. What are three options? First one, give back to chair, right? Give back to chair. So I will exercise 20 seconds in my own discretion. I can do anything. I can go for next speech. I can go for POIs with a particular floor for point of information. In that situation, I can accommodate questions, right? In GSL, we do not have mandatory questions, but by the discretion of the secretariat, we will have one questions to each delegate whom will speak in the moderated caucus, right? Say for example, in the moderated caucus, I have recognized 20 speakers. So after the speech of the particular delegate, we can have one POI, one mandatory POI, right? In moderated caucus, in sub-agenda discussion, not in the GSL, right? In the GSL, when the time will be left by, say for example, if a delegate speaks for 75 seconds or 80 seconds or 85 seconds, and some seconds are left, some time is left, then only you can accommodate point of information. The third yield is, first one is give back to chair, second one is to the floor for point of information, and the third one is to the particular delegate, right? So say for example, delegate of Thailand is giving the speech and delegate of Thailand ends the speech at 75 seconds. 15 seconds are left. So delegate of Thailand gives 15 seconds back to delegate of Jordan. Is it clear? So the speech of the delegate of Jordan would be not of 90 seconds. It will be of 105 seconds. 15 seconds will be added to the speech of delegate of Jordan. Right? Okay. So this is the format of GSL. Now coming back to the points which I was explaining. First one is point of personal privilege. Second is point of inquiry. Third one is point of information. Right? POI, point of information. Point of information can be explained through, can be asked to two types. First one is verbally and second is through chits. So verbally, we can accommodate in moderated caucus, right? Poland gives the speech and Thailand want to ask a question. And please ask questions, please. In moderated caucus, it is mandatory, it is said by the secretariat member, you should have one mandatory POI. So prepare yourself, prepare questions that should be asked to the delegates, right? You people have been seeing the hypocrisy of some countries. They are saying that in the UN and in practice they are doing something else. You can ask the questions. You can say, why are you doing that? What are you doing that? What are your stance on this particular thing? You can ask anything. Not something that is unrelated to the agenda, but you can directly ask the question which is related to the agenda, right? And the second question, that is through chits, right? Say for example, delegate of Ireland gives the speech and delegate of Ireland exhausts 90 seconds. Is it clear? So you cannot have a question to the delegate of Ireland in the GSL. In a moderated caucus, you can have one question, but in the GSL, you cannot have one. So you can write it down through chit. So what is the format of writing down through chit, right? So I was explaining three type of chits. First one is personal chit. The second one is POI chit, point of information chit, right? So as I have explained earlier, that we people often travel in railways, right? In railways, when we are there at the railway platform, the announcement goes like this: train will go from Varanasi to Kerala via Madhya Pradesh, right? Via means through Madhya Pradesh, right? So on the top of the chit, you have to write via EB, via executive board members, right? Via EB, POI, point of information, right? Short form POI, then to, then from, and the question. Is it clear? Why via EB? Because we have to check. So it would be marked, right? There is a particular marking for the chit section. There is a particular marking for the verbal section. There is a particular section for chits, right? So how many chits you can send? The point of information chit can be maximum 3. 3 for today and 3 for tomorrow, right? You can ask 3 chits question to anyone. You can ask all the 3 questions to Thailand. You can ask Morocco, Switzerland, and Thailand. You can ask anyone, right? But please be very clear and crisp and related to the agenda. Is it clear? Is it clear? Yes or no? Thank you. And the third chit is point of order chit. So when I was explaining point of order, I said, say for example, there is a silly point of order. Just like I explained that New Delhi is the capital of China. But it is not mere the fact. The fact is Beijing is the capital of China, right? So in that situation, you have to raise a point of order that quote this said by the particular delegate, unquote, New Delhi is the capital, Beijing is the capital of China, right? So it is the correct fact. Delegates, please acknowledge the presence of the executive board member of UNGA. Right? You can use the table just like this for acknowledging the presence of the executive board member. Okay. But in that situation, many people can have a point of order because it is one of the simplest point of order. Everyone knows that Beijing is the capital of China. New Delhi is not the capital of China. So in that situation, we cannot have verbally. Why? Because say for example, Canada was thinking that Moscow is the capital of China. It is not true, right? But Thailand and Canada both were raising their hands. Both were asking for a point of order. Is it clear? In that situation, you have to send a check. Why? Because if I have given the chance to delegate of Thailand would say quote unquote this particular thing, and the delegate of Canada will say yes, yes, I was having the same point of order. Right? In that situation, there can be discrepancies. So to avoid that particular discrepancies, we can have the point of order in chits. Okay, so and the fourth point is I have explained point of personal privilege, point of inquiry, point of information, point of order. Is it clear to each and everyone? All four points are clear? Yes or no? Clear? Okay. So how will the committee will move? Firstly, we will have the roll call. In the roll call, you have to say present or present and voting. Then after, we have to establish the formal debate. One delegate will stand and they will say to establish the formal debate on the particular agenda. Then one delegate will establish the GSL, general speaker list, for 90 seconds. Then the executive board members will recognize in order of the speeches. Say for example, it is on our discretion how we recognize the speeches. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. It is on our discretion how we recognize speakers for the general speakers list. Say for example, you all are raising your placards. We will recognize according to say for example, it is on our discretion how we recognize the speakers for the particular GSLs. Right? Yes or no? Okay, thank you. So after GSLs, after having 5 to 6 GSL or 10 GSL, we can move to the unmoderated caucus or an unmoderated caucus. So you people have decided for sub agendas, yes or no? Finalize. You have final sub agendas for discussion. There is consensus in the committee. Yes or no? No. You have consensus. Particular format of the chits. Firstly, on the top, for the point of information sheet, you have to write via EB, then POI, then to from, and the question ending with an interrogative question mark. And the second one is PO chit, point of order chit. Firstly PO, then via EB, then to, then from, then quote, then unquote. Quote, wrong statement said by the particular delegate, and unquote the right statement. And you can use both sides of the chit, right? You can use both sides of the chit. Right? Okay, is it clear? Okay, delegate of Paraguay. So now we are officially starting with the committee by the discretion of the executive board members. By the discretion of the executive board members, the United Nations Security Council for the 2 days at Peevees Mun Stage officially starts. Now we will move towards the roll call of the committee. Right? Delegate of Bangladesh.
Present.
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 Delegate of Belarus. Present and voting. Delegate of Belgium.
The delegate of Belgium is present and voting.
Present and voting. Delegate of Canada.
Present.
Delegate of China. Delegate of Delegate of France. Delegate of Germany. Present and voting. A little bit be louder, please. Delegate of India. Delegate of Indonesia. The formal debate with agenda. Motions on the floor. Delegate of USA followed by delegate of Kenya, then Belgium.
The delegates of USA would like to raise a motion for general speakers list for individual speakers time 90 seconds and total speakers time 15 minutes.
In yourself you don't have total time, and also the first motion I want to establish the formal debate with agenda, not the general speakers list. Right? First motion. So delegate of USA sit down, delegate of Kenya.
Motion for moderate caucus on the topic impact on children education. For
Firstly, we have to establish the formal debate, then we can move to moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus. I was explaining this only, right? So you have to first establish the formal debate, establishing motion for establishing the formal debate with agenda, the agenda which is given by the secretary, right? So it will be the first motion. The second motion will be establishing the general speakers list with an individual timing of 90 seconds. It is the second motion. Then after taking 5 to 6 speeches, we can move to moderated caucus. Right? Okay, Belgium.
the delegate of Belgium would like to raise a motion on the topic alleged war crimes and human rights violations in Ukraine.
Of Paraguay would like to raise a motion for opening a general speakers list.
Or of total timing 90 seconds. Okay. Delegates who are in against of the motion, please say nays. Seeing none, the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Now we will be moving towards the general speakers list. I will be recognizing speakers on the general speakers list. Delegates wishing to add their names in the general speakers list, please raise your placards up and high. Now please raise your placards up and high. It is not visible from here, right? Delegate of UAE, delegate of Russia, followed by delegate of Paraguay, then Kenya, then Ukraine, then Jordan, then Bangladesh, then Japan, Morocco, New Zealand, Zimbabwe, USA, Ukraine, Germany, Belarus, France, Indonesia, Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Canada, India, Belgium, Ireland, Switzerland, Poland, UAE, South Africa, and Nigeria. Right? This is the order for now. We can recognize speakers later on. We have 4 speakers left. We can recognize this later on, right? As we move ahead in the committee. So, delegate of Russia, ma'am, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds. First tap will be given at 60. The second tap will be given at 90 seconds, right? OC members, please do the needful. Please forward the.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegate of Russia opposes the inclusion of alleged war crimes and human rights violations in Ukraine as a topic for discussion, as these claims are unverified and risk diverting attention from the root causes of the conflict. Russia's special military operations, launched on February 24, 2022, was initiated to protect Russian-speaking communities from persecution, counter NATO's expansionist policies threatening Russian security, and address Ukraine's alleged militarization, neo-Nazi influences, and the repeated violations of the Minsk Agreement. Russia categorically denies the accusation of war crimes and human rights violations, asserting that such claims are part of a NATO-led hybrid war to isolate Russia and Western-led disinformation campaign aimed at vilifying Russia. The Russian Federation welcomed the US drafted Venice resolution in February 2025 as a step towards a balanced approach, particularly its call upon for a swift end to the conflict and a lasting peace. Russia urges UNSC to facilitate inclusive negotiations involving all stakeholders, including representatives from Donbass, to achieve a sustainable resolution. Thank you. The delegate of Russia would like to yield the time to the chair.
Okay, by the discretion of the chair, point of information for delegate of Russia.
The delegate of New Zealand would like to raise a point of inquiry to the delegate of Russia that if the Russia states that there is no human rights violations or alleged war crimes, how the bombing of civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, under international humanitarian law will be justified by the country.
The delegate of Russia would like to raise point of inquiry. The delegate of New Zealand used point of inquiry instead of point of information.
So it is point of information that was asked by the delegate of New Zealand. You can, if you you understand the question which was asked by Delegate Muller? Ma'am, can you please repeat the question?
Yes. The delegate of the New Zealand would like to raise a question against the delegate of Russia that how could Russia justify the bombing of civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, and others, mainly looking for civilians, children, and others, and under international humanitarian law, and just saying that there is no alleged wars, crimes, or human rights violations in Ukraine.
The delegate of Russia would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate of New Zealand that Russia denies intentionally targeting protected sites like schools, hospitals, and nuclear facilities. It also claims damage happens only when these places are used for military purposes by the enemy and all actions follows international law including the Geneva Convention. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegate of Paraguay is profoundly worried about the civilian casualties that occurred in Ukraine from December 1, 2024 to 31 May 2025. Based on the data that is currently available, a minimum of 968 civilians were slain and 4,807 were injured. Paraguay firmly condemns the deportation of over 9,500 Ukrainian children to Russia, which has been confirmed by UNICEF and human rights agencies. Deliberate attacks on hospitals, schools, and housing and energy infrastructures have impeded the provision of essential services to millions. In 2025, Paraguay refused to vote on the United Nations resolution which condemned the Russia's invasion, aligning itself with the United States to support the Trump's advocacy of negotiated peace. Paraguay endorses initiatives that call the immediate cessation of all the attacks on civilians and also provides full cooperation with UN and ICC investigations, allowing monitors to access the areas without restrictions. Let us all come together to safeguard the lives of the innocent and uphold the international human rights and laws. Thank you.
So you have 7 seconds left. How do you like to use it?
The delegate of Paraguay would like to yield the time for the point of information.
Delegate of
Morocco would like to raise point of information to the delegate of Paraguay. Paraguay has expressed support for Ukraine's territorial integrity. How does this translate into concrete action against alleged Russian war crimes?
Point of inquiry. Can the delegate of Morocco repeat the question?
Paraguay has expressed support for Ukraine's territorial integrity. How does this translate into concrete action against alleged Russian war crimes?
Russia has the delegate of Paraguay would like to answer the point of information raised by the delegate of Morocco via chat.
via check. Okay. So delegate of Paraguay will answer the question via check. It will the delegate of Paraguay will send the check to you. Right? Is it clear? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Next speech is of delegate of Kenya. Delegate of Kenya, ma'am, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds. You can come here or you can. Okay, come.
On the count of 3, 2, 1. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. Honorable Chair, respected delegates. By calling these profound words, the delegate of Kenya reaffirms its unwavering commitment to peace, dialogue, and multilateral cooperation. As a nation that has witnessed the course of conflict, Kenya recognizes no wars and measures isolation, and lasting peace demands responsibility, restraint, and reason. On this platform of United Nations Security Council, Kenya maintains a neutral yet active stance to protect humanity. Ukraine has the right to join NATO, but such membership must not breach national security of Russia. Likewise, Russia has the right to defend its civilians from critical threats. Kenya has offered open diplomatic ties with both the nations, advocating peace without prejudice. During its UNSC term, Kenya called for immediate de-escalation, supported humanitarian corridors, and backed green export agreements critical to African food security. Kenya has also engaged with Russia through multilateral dialogue, choosing negotiation over confrontation. In conclusion, Kenya believes neutrality is not violence. It is a stand for balanced dialogue and responsible action.
Let us not say exciting war, but stand united for peace. Kenya urges all nations to rise above rivalry and choose diplomacy, not destruction, to ensure sovereignty is respected and humanity is protected. The delegate thanks the chair.
Ma'am, you have 13 seconds left.
The delegate of Kenya.
Huh.
The delegate of Kenya would like to lead one of
Okay, so it is very good seeing that everyone is yielding their time back to point of information. It is way more interesting to make a committee much more interesting, right? So point of information to delegate of Kenya, Belgium.
To the delegate of Kenya. As a representative of the global south, how does Kenya view the West's strong condemnation of Russia compared to its relative silence on the other global human rights abuses?
The delegate of Kenya would like the delegate of Belgium to rephrase the word into similar words.
Okay. So, as you mentioned, as a representative of the global south, how does Kenya view the West's strong condemnation of Russia compared to its relative silence on other global human rights abuses?
Kenya did not stand with wars selectively, but it stand with reason and diplomacy. Where there is reason, then there is like
Ma'am, it is a very simple question. The delegate of Belgium is asking that how, being a representative of South world, South, how would you like to affirm your stand?
One, two, three. In war, truth is the first casualty. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the war in Ukraine, which escalated in February 2022, has led to an alarming humanitarian crisis. There are thousands of civilians who have been lost their lives. The conflict has raised serious concerns about the violation of international humanitarian law and alleged war crimes on Ukrainian soil. The delegate of Ukraine strongly condemns all such violations. Ukraine has taken active steps to ensure accountability, including fully cooperating with the international bodies like the International Criminal Court and UN Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine. The OPG has launched over 100,000 investigations into war crimes with direct support from the international partners and forensic team on the ground. Ukraine has adopted a NSTJ strategy focusing on documentation, reparation, and truth-taking. Law have been passed to protect disabled civilians, etc. Ukraine also works with the EU Advisory Mission and UNHR to strengthen legal institutions, ensure fair trial, and train investigators. These policies prove Ukraine's commitment to justice, transparency, and human rights. Ukraine reaffirms its dedication to the principles of the UN Charter and calls upon the Security Council to stand united in ensuring that no act of aggression or abuse goes unanswered. Peace can only build on accountability and truth. Thanks to Chair.
Ma'am, you have 5 seconds left. How would you like to use your time? Point of information? Okay. Point of information to delegate of Ukraine. As expected. Delegate of Nigeria.
The delegate of Nigeria raised a question to the delegate of Ukraine. Should Ukrainian forces be punished if they violate human rights even while defending their country? Could you please repeat? Should Ukrainian forces be punished if they violate human rights even while defending their own country?
Yes.
So what's your state on?
Not ask two questions. You can ask only one question, right? If the ma'am gives the answer yes or no, so it is the whole answer. You cannot follow up, right? For follow up, you have to ask the executive board members, can I follow up?
So no defense statement answers?
What?
So no defend answers?
No. You don't have to defend answer or anything. You have to ask one question.
Okay.
Right? And if the person replies to that question, it is done. You have to ask for a follow up if you want to follow up. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Ma'am, you have to give the answer. You have given the answer yes or no?
Yes.
It's complete answer? Okay. Thank you so much. Yes ma'am. Okay. OC members, the organizing committee members, please please listen carefully that if there is written via EB, then only you should give the chit to us. If there is no via EB, you have to directly give the chit to the person, to the particular delegate, right? Don't forward the personal chits to us. Is it clear? Is it clear? Yes or no? Okay?
3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and esteemed members of the House, the delegation of Jordan is pleased to speak today. Imagine a kingy ex who just can't handle you moving on. That's Russia. Ukraine dumped the Soviet Union 30 years ago, but Putin still thinks he owns her. But jokes aside, the consequences of this obsession are no laughing matter. Cities reduced to rubble, civilians massacred, and international law torn apart under the weight of geopolitical ambition. As one of the most stable nations in a turbulent region, Jordan has long understood the cost of conflict. We have opened our borders to refugees from Palestine, Syria, and beyond. Our commitment to humanitarian principle is tested. President Putin insists Russia is liberating Ukraine. Well, true. The same way a bulldozer liberates a house from its walls. We recognize that all states have security concerns, including Russia. But those concerns must be addressed through diplomacy, not destruction. Jordan urges this council to call for an independent UN-led investigation into alleged war crimes in Bucha, Mariupol, and Donbass, and reaffirm that civilians must never be treated as collateral in geopolitical conflicts. Let us not act out of alliance or rivalry. Let us act out of the responsibility to humanity. The delegation of Jordan thanks the chair.
Sir, you have 10 seconds left. How would you like to yield?
Point of
Point
information.
of information. Delegates willing to ask point of information to delegate of Jordan, please raise your placards. Wait for a second. Delegate of India.
The delegate of India would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Jordan. How can Jordan make sure that Ukrainians' military actions remain within the bound of self-defense under Article 51?
Can the delegate of India please repeat the question?
I can explain the question. The delegate of India is asking how Ukraine can say that the particular is a self-defense under Article 51, right?
Jordan is a nation who has always stood for peace, and even though it has taken neutral position, Jordan has maintained its stance with respect to Ukraine, because Ukrainian people are the ones suffering here because of the petty decisions made by world leader like Putin. So
The delegate is not satisfied.
So you can ask for a follow-up. Do you want a follow-up?
Can I just repeat the question?
No, you cannot repeat the question. You can have a follow-up. You can ask from the answer that has been given by the delegate of Jordan. You are asking for a follow-up?
No, like my question. Sorry, the
You are
delegate's
not
question-
satisfied with the answer, right?
No.
In the whole world, anyone is not satisfied with the answer for anyone gives. So, I have noted down your question. It was very good question, and I have noted down the answer as per the answer was given by the delegate of Jordan, right? So the marking will be done according to that. Is it clear? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. The next is delegate of Bangladesh. Delegate of Bangladesh, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds. Also, delegates, after the conference, you will be given the mark sheet, right? Everyone, please pay attention here. You will be given the mark sheet of the particular committee, and in that particular mark sheet, there is a column that is verbatim, which means that what you say in the committee, what the particular delegate says in the committee, it is on record. You can see the particular verbatim, right? So if a person gets the best Dell award, you can see her verbatim, how he has presented, she has presented particularly in the committee. Is it clear? Right? Okay.
Counting in 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the people of Ukraine have long been suffering in despair, aggressions, resulting in human rights violations have led to immense suffering and loss of life. The Russia-Ukraine conflict, which began in 2022, has drawn global responses from direct support to diplomatic neutrality. Bangladesh, a country guided by non-aligned and peace-centric foreign policy, has taken measured steps to uphold international law and humanitarian values. Bangladesh voted in favor of multiple UN General Assemblies that condemned Russia's aggressions and called for withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine, advocated for a peaceful and negotiated resolution of the conflict of various international forums like BIMSTEC and Commonwealth Framework, exported medical aids and garments to Ukraine. While showing moral support for Ukraine, Bangladesh avoided antagonizing Russia, a key supplier of both arms and energy. In some UN resolutions, Bangladesh abstained to maintain neutrality in line with its balanced foreign policy. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of a person. There are no winners in war, but countless lives are torn apart. The delegate thanks the chair.
Ma'am, you have 15 seconds left. How would you like to yield your time?
Point of
Point of information. Point of information to delegate of Bangladesh.
The delegate of Germany would like to raise a point of information towards the delegate of Bangladesh. How can Bangladesh credibly advocate for global peace and security in the Security Council?
Could the delegate of Germany please repeat the question?
How can Bangladesh credibly advocate for global peace and security in Security Council?
Okay. So, Bangladesh is like a temporary member of the Security Council and having many conflicts in itself. The country is having many conflicts in itself. The country can't raise many funds or money or economic facilities to the Ukraine. And yes, in the UNSC, the Bangladesh have voted in several, as I said, as the delegate is repeating, Bangladesh has voted in several UN assemblies condemning Russia's aggressions and etc. And yeah, that's the answer.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, delegate, it is 12:45 in my clock. Now, by the discretion of the executive board, we have to move for the lunch session. After that, we will re-adjourn the committee. Right? Is it clear?
Yes.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. By the discretion of the executive board members, we are reverting back to the general speakers list. The next speech is of delegate of Japan. Before moving to the delegate of Japan, is there any points on the floor? Point of inquiry, point of personal privilege, anything else? Seeing none, now we can move to the speech of delegate of Japan. Okay, we should? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Delegate of Japan, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds.
1. Respected chair and distinguished delegates, when war silences justice, diplomacy must speak louder. 3 years into the invasion, the violations in Ukraine can no longer be dismissed as fog of war. These are deliberate, repeated, and unlawful. Japan condemns the deportation of children from occupied territories, the targeting of civilian infrastructure, and the use of torture and sexual violence in detention. Such actions violate the international law and the Geneva Conventions. They are not military strategy, they are war crimes. Japan supports the referral of the situation to the International Criminal Court alongside over 40 nations. The demands are clear: immediate return of abducted children, transparent reporting on all civilian detainees, and unrestricted access to United Nations human rights missions. Alongside this, Japan continuously provides emergency support, including demining machines, generators, and reconstruction aid, ensuring not just survival but future stability. No nation stands above international law. No council gains strength through silence. Peace is not a pause. Peace is built and justice must lead the way. The delegate thanks the chair.
The delegate of Japan has exhausted the time. Thank you so much, ma'am. Delegate of Japan spoke for 96 seconds. Before moving to the speech of delegate, are there any motions on the floor? Are there any motions on the floor? Delegate of Jordan, followed by delegate of Zimbabwe, followed by delegate of New Zealand. Delegate of Jordan.
Delegate of Jordan sets a motion to start unmoderated caucus to discuss the upcoming moderated caucus topics of 10 minutes.
Basically, the procedure is you have to say the delegate of Jordan would like to suspend the formal debate and move the committee into a unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, like that. And you have not to tell for what purpose, right? So there is no purpose for unmoderated caucus. There is a purpose for moderated caucus. Is it clear? So you can repeat once again, Delegate Jordan.
Delegate of Jordan would like to start an unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes by suspending the formal debate.
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to use the point of personal use to use the vote.
So it is not a motion.
No,
is
it's
point.
not a motion. Sorry,
okay,
I
okay.
won't.
Delegate of New Zealand.
The delegate of New Zealand would like to second the motion passed by the delegate of Jordan that suspending the formal debate to the unmoderated caucus.
Very good, very good. In this session, we will vote upon the motion raised by delegate of Jordan, seconded by the delegate of New Zealand. Delegates who are in favor of having an unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes, please raise your placards up and high. I think everyone has raised their placards. So the motion clearly passes. The committee is in unmoderated caucus for decided the sub agenda, or we should have 5 minutes extension to this unmoderated caucus. What? You have decided. Okay, thank you. So now we will move towards the next speech. Next speech is of delegate of Morocco. Delegate of Morocco, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds.
Help. 1, 2, 3, start. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Kingdom of Morocco expresses grave concern over the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and the disturbing allegations of war crimes and human rights violations impacting innocent civilians. Morocco upholds the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful resolution of conflict in line with UN Charter and Geneva Conventions. Since the onset of the crisis, Morocco has extended humanitarian aid, supported its nationals and foreign residents in the conflict zone, and consistently advocated for civilian protection and adherence to international humanitarian law. All allegations of war crimes, whether by state or non-state actors, must be independently investigated by impartial international bodies such as International Criminal Court. Justice, not politicization, must guide accountability. Morocco acknowledges the European Union's vital role in advancing diplomacy and providing humanitarian and economic aid. Morocco values the EU as a strategic partner in promoting peace, stability, and multilateral cooperation. As a peace-loving nation, Morocco urges all member states to prioritize diplomacy over escalation, safeguard human life, and uphold and strengthen international law. Thank you.
Delegate of New Zealand, lower down your placard. Morocco, lower down your placard. Belgium, Nigeria, India, Germany, lower down your placards. Okay.
The delegate of South Africa would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Morocco. Why has Morocco remained largely silent on documented war crimes in Ukraine while continuing to engage in diplomatic and military cooperation with countries involved in conflict, such as US and NATO allies?
The delegate of Morocco would like to delegate of South Africa to repeat their point of information.
Why has Morocco remained largely silent on documented war crimes in Ukraine while continuing to engage in diplomatic and military cooperation
with countries involving conflict such as the US and NATO allies. The delegate of Morocco would like to reply the point of information raised by delegate of South Africa via chat.
Ma'am, Delegate Morocco will reply via chat. What can I do? Right? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Motions on the floor. Delegates, motions on the floor. No motions. You have decided sub agenda, na? So we can have a motions on the floor, right? Delegate of New Zealand, followed by delegate of France, followed by delegate of Jordan.
Let the delegate of New Zealand suspend the formal debate and enters to the sub-agenda.
What sub agenda? What is the sub agenda?
The topic-
Individual time, total time, please.
Okay. The topic, misinformation and media in Ukraine war, and for time 20 minutes. Each one 60 seconds.
Okay. Delegate of France.
The delegate of France second the motion raised by the delegate of New Zealand.
Okay, delegate of Jordan. Delegates, please pay attention here. The motion raised by delegate of New Zealand, seconded by delegate of France and Jordan, is the misinformation related to media with emphasis on Ukraine war is the sub agenda that has to be discussed, raised by delegate of New Zealand, seconded by France and Jordan. Delegates who are in favor of this motion, please raise your placard up and high. So it is the clear consensus in the committee. We can have a voice vote here, right? Because in the actual UN, in a United Nations organization, voice voting happens, right? So delegates who are in favor of the motion, please say ayes. Ayes. Please loud, loud. Please say. Ayes. Delegates who are in favor of the motion, please say ayes. Ayes. Delegates who are against the motion, please say nays. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We are now in a moderated caucus discussing the sub agenda related with raised by delegate of New Zealand, right? Give me a second, and after that we can recognize speakers for this particular moderated caucus. So as the total time is 20 minutes and individual speaker time is 60 seconds, we can have 20 speakers, right? Members, delegates who are willing to add their name in this particular moderated caucus, please raise your placards up and high. Sir will recognize.
Belarus, USA,
If sir makes your name, please lower down your placard, right?
UAE, Qatar, Switzerland, UK, China, France, Belgium, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, Nigeria, Indonesia, Jordan, South Africa,
So by the discretion of the executive board, so say for example in UNA USA procedure,
Zimbabwe, Ireland, Bangladesh, Panama, Russia, Kenya, Germany, Morocco, New Zealand, Poland.
so because in a UNA USA procedure, the delegate who raised the point, say for example motion, has the right to be the first speaker, or the particular delegate reserve the right. So the delegate of New Zealand will be the 13th speaker in this particular moderated caucus. Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Delegate of New Zealand, could you like to please repeat the exact sub agenda?
Agenda that the New Zealand proposed was the role of media and misinformation in Ukraine war.
Okay, thank you so much, Delegate of New Zealand. So the first speaker So the speeches for the moderated caucus is for 60 seconds, and after every 60 seconds, we will have one point of information. Right? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. And the point of information will be given on the basis of the recognition sheet. Right? Say for example, if two delegates are raising their placards and one has asked two questions in the committee and one has asked one question in the committee, the chance will be given to the person who has asked least numbers. Right? To maintain transparency and to be, say for example, equality in the committee. Is it clear?
Yes.
Delegate of Russia, ma'am, clear? Making sense? Okay, thank you so much. At the back, delegate of Nigeria, sir, making sense? Okay, thank you so much. So, delegate of Belarus. Delegate of Belarus, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds, right? You have prepared your speech. Everyone has prepared their speech. Everyone?
Yes.
So we can move ahead? Okay, thank you so much. Delegate of Belarus, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds. Yes, you can.
The delegate of Belarus highlights the growing threat of information warfare in the Ukraine conflict. Western media has often painted a one sided narrative excluding Russian speaking civilian voices, fabricating stories of aggression and even circulating false videos. Independent investigations have revealed instances where media outlets suppressed Ukrainian military violations, exaggerated Russian attacks, and fueled panic through biased coverage. Belarus advocates for a UN-led fact-checking coalition to combat war-related disinformation. B. Transparency standards for conflict journalism. C. Accountability for media outlets spreading fake narratives that intensify the war. Thank you, Chair.
You have 17 seconds if you would like to add something. Point of information to delegate of Belarus. The delegates who have asked one point of information, please lower down your placards. Those who have asked one point of information, Jordan, you have asked one question? No, okay. Delegate of Switzerland.
The delegate of Switzerland would like to ask point of information to the delegate of Belarus. How does your country ensure that neutrality in information is dissemination and avoid state-driven narratives in conflict zones?
Point of inquiry. Could the delegate of Switzerland repeat their question?
How does
Please
it
repeat your question and please be please put it down in simple sentences.
How does your country make sure that the media is not state-driven narratives and is actually maintaining neutrality?
Did you understand the question or I should explain to you? Okay.
Yes. Every country, like Belarus, protects its own media. As Belarus makes sure the media in our states is straightforward and comes directly from government sources, unlike in other states where private companies control media. Belarus makes sure that their narratives are always true, and make sure we also make sure the media outlets get the freedom that they need. Sadly, we can't say the same thing for other states. Media outlets like Sputnik in Russia have been banned by a majority of states.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Next speech is of delegate of Pakistan.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegate of Pakistan stresses the dangerous role of misinformation plays in the Ukrainian war. Biased reporting can cause high fear among the people and division and many other dangerous circumstances. The media should be a tool for peace, not polarization. We call on all actors to promote factual, responsible reporting. In this war, misinformation is not just a byproduct, it is a weapon. Let us defend truth, for without it, peace is impossible. Thank you.
Sir, would you like to entertain a question from the executive board?
Okay.
Sir, yesterday Donald Trump tweeted that the Baluchistan rebels army has a direct link with the Donald Trump and is going against the current government of Pakistan. So, what is your response on that fake narrative? It is a fake narrative or it is a true story that has been narrated by Donald Trump? So, you can think what you have to answer. It is a simple question.
I think that is a misinformation because uh,
Okay, no worries. Point of information to delegate of Pakistan. Zimbabwe, go ahead. Zimbabwe, you have not asked the question yet, right? Zimbabwe.
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Pakistan. What measures have your country taken to ensure that your media wasn't being misused and misinformation weren't being spread?
Our government has been limiting what the freedom, but not in a way that the news can be uh, the news can be
Don't hesitate. Please answer the question. Take your time. Do you want water or something?
our government has been limiting the media to that they cannot spread misinformation.
The delegate is satisfied with the answer.
Okay, thank you so much. So please don't hesitate here. There are only some parents, there are teachers sitting behind. So don't hesitate. Please be very clear with your thoughts. Come here, speak. Right? Is it clear?
Yes.
Present your points, present your content. Be bold here. I guess it is first time. When I was doing the module attendation for the first time, there was a lot of hesitation in me. I was sitting at the back on the first day, but on the second day I spoke. I spoke and I got the verbal mention. So please start speaking. Right? Is it clear? Okay. Next is delegate of USA. Delegate of USA, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. Truth is the first casualty of war. The United States expresses grave concern over the weaponization of media in the Ukraine conflict. Russia falsely claims that the US operated secret bioweapon labs in Ukraine, a fabrication thoroughly debunked by the UN and WHO, which confirmed they were public health facilities. Russian state media has accused Ukraine of bombing its own civilians, yet forensic evidence was confirmed that missiles were of Russian origin. Misinformation not only distorts global perception but dangerously alters the course of war. When the media becomes a mouthpiece for state propaganda, truth dies in silence and accountability vanishes. The United States urges this Council to support the establishment of a UNSC-led fact-checking task force in coordination with UNESCO and the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights to monitor, counter and publicly correct false war narratives. The delegate thanks the chair.
Okay. All points, ma'am, well noted. POIs on the floor. POIs on the floor. Delegate of Kenya, you have asked one, right? Okay, no. UK, go ahead.
The delegate of UK would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of USA. In what ways have the US controlled the spread of misinformation and disinformation and fake propaganda?
In USA, okay. So the delegate of USA would like to answer to the point of information raised by the delegate of UK. USA is placed 55th in the media global score, and global peace index USA is ranked 132nd, and USA believes that it is also the right of citizens and the people should have also not consume media just as it provides. The people should know what is right and wrong, and the US also controls it from spreading, like it has given the people the choice to understand, because media is the fourth pillar of democracy and it has eyes that reveal truth, but people should also know what is right and wrong.
So media is the fourth pillar in USA also.
No, media is the fourth pillar of democracy in India. So USA and other countries can inspire from it.
Okay, thank you.
The delegate of UK would like to ask a follow-up question.
Yes.
Ma'am, I guess not granted. Ma'am. Yes, thank you so much. Next is delegate of UAE. Delegate of UAE, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
2, 3. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates. The United Arab Emirates strongly condemns the use of misinformation as a tool of war in the Ukraine conflict. Propaganda, fake videos, and biased media have turned public opinion into a weapon and truth into a casualty. This is not the freedom of speech. It is information warfare. And the world is watching it happen in real time. The UAE demands stronger action from the United Nations. UAE proposed sanction against any state or actor proven to spread false war narratives. And UAE calls for the creation of an international media watchdog under the United Nations. If we allow lies to win the war of words, we are failing our duty to defend peace. Thanks, Chair.
The delegate of Ireland would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of United Arab Emirates by stating that, as the delegate already mentioned that United Arab Emirates strongly condemns misinformation. Then, what are the fact-checking initiatives implemented by the UAE government against misinformation or against
Arab Emirates would like to answer the question raised by the delegate of Ireland. The UAE has taken, as the delegate of UAE said, the UAE has proposed sanctions against any state or actor proven to spread false narratives. UAE has strong and strict rules against those.
Follow up? No? Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. So next speech is of delegate of Qatar. Delegate of Qatar, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Fellow delegates, Qatar knows that fake news and media have contributed significantly to the Russia and Ukraine war. Misleading news has deceived individuals and made it more challenging to stop the war. We believe the media must always be truthful and impartial. Qatar asks all countries to fight against fake news, educates people on correct news, and spread accurate information. I repeat, fight against the fake news. Let's employ media to make peace, not to keep the conflict going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate of Qatar. Point of information to delegate of Qatar. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Qatar. The delegate mentioned educating people. Based on this, what initiatives have been taken by Qatar for the same? The delegate of Qatar mentioned educating people about misinformation. What initiatives have been taken by Qatar for the same?
Qatar is one of the best educated country for children's. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, delegate of Qatar and Japan. So, delegates, please try to understand one thing very clearly. If you have been allotted a portfolio, right, go through a thorough research of that portfolio, right? How the country is going, dealing with the misinformation, how the country is dealing with the education there, how the country is involved in the Russia-Ukraine crisis, how the country is getting affected by the tariff wars if there is a crisis in between Russia and Ukraine, right? Is it clear? Is it making sense? So if you have been allotted a country, go through a deep research of that particular portfolio. Then you should come to the particular agenda of the Security Council. Is it clear? So the next speech is of Delegate of Switzerland. Delegate of Switzerland, you have the floor for the next 6 seconds.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, Switzerland emphasizes that in the context of Ukraine, misinformation is not accidental, it is strategic. Fabricated narratives have been used to justify attacks, deny responsibility for civilian harm, and erode trust in international mechanisms. This manipulation threatens not only Ukraine, but the global credibility of international humanitarian law. Neutral and fact-based reporting is essential to ensuring that war crimes are documented properly.
Switzerland encourages the Council to explore partnerships with digital platforms and civil society to monitor conflict-related disinformation campaigns and enhance media accountability. We also stress the need to protect humanitarian messaging. When life-saving information is drowned out by propaganda, civilians pay the price. Switzerland stands for integrity, transparency, and coordinated information security in all conflicted zones. Thank you.
The delegate of France would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Switzerland. What measures did the Switzerland take to control or stop the spread of misinformation in the country?
Switzerland is a neutral actor, and we are uniquely positioned to promote dialogue among opposing blocs. We believe that the civilians deserve transparency. So we are ready to host negotiations and support confidence building frameworks through OSCE and the UN. Diplomatic space must grow faster than military pressure.
The delegate tried to understand one point very clearly. If a question is asked that how the country is going to prevent government agencies, say for example in India there is PIB, right? Press Trust of India, right? So these agencies are the fact checker agencies. These gives the exact and accurate information about something, right? So the first answer should be there is some government agency which is trying to deal with the particular misinformation. So the citizens have to stick with the particular kind of websites, particular kind of agencies for the correct information. It would be your first answer. And people are saying that we have some policies, we are dealing with citizens. So try to think in some such formats, right? Is it clear? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Muhammad Amir Ali, Muhammad Atullah, Sahrif, Aman Ashraf, Muhammad Atif, Nehan Muhammad. They are the 4 or 5 people who are there in between us, passing the mics, passing the chats. They are doing a tremendous job. Give a big round of applause for them. Okay, moving forward, the next speech is of Delegate of United Kingdom. United Kingdom, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the United Kingdom strongly condemns the Russian Federation's use of disinformation as a weapon of war. From fabricated narratives to cyber attacks, Russia has used state-controlled media and online platforms to justify aggression, confuse the global public, and undermine Ukraine's sovereignty. The UK has sanctioned major Russian propaganda outlets and continues to fund independent journalism and fact-based reporting in Ukraine and beyond. Through partnership with organizations like UNICEF and BBC, we are supporting media literacy, protecting journalists, and exposing war crimes. Misinformation is not just a threat to peace, it is a threat to truth, democracy, and international security. The UK urges this committee to promote media transparency, support open source investigations, and hold states accountable for deliberate disinformation campaigns. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Would you like to entertain a question from the executive board?
Yeah.
Ma'am, in UK in recent times we have seen that there is a tussle between the people who are practicing Islam and the people who are Protestants, particularly in the Christianity. And this is because there is some kind of misinformation related to the employment sector generation, because there is a lot of employment given only to the Christian people and not to the people who are practicing Islam. So, how would you like to deal with that kind of situation in your country?
The UK has taken a multi-pronged approach, and the UK government has well, established a counter disinformation unit to break down the fake agendas from the real things that are happening. And we have introduced 2 acts, which is on the Online Safety Act in 2023 and the National Security Act in 2023. Both of these acts include debunking fake information and giving way to real information so that the people of our country are aware of the real situation that has been happening.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Point of information to delegate of UK.
Point of information to the delegate of the United Kingdom. How has the UK responded to media from their countries that have fueled the war narratives?
Thank you, delegate of Belarus, for the question. Uh, as per the point of information raised by the delegate, the UK government has strongly condemned misinformation spread internationally and internally inside the country. The country has established a counter disinformation unit, NSOIT, established in 2019. It analyzes public content, flags misleading narratives, and works with platforms to downrank or remove state-sponsored disinformation.
Thank you so much, Delegate of UK and Delegate of Belarus. Next is Delegate of China. Delegate of China, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Cheat that the other delegate is shared, what the delegate can do about that?
The delegate can write another check via EB and you can stick the reply with that and ask a question.
I already asked the questions through
Yes,
time, but
and
I'm
you
not
are-
satisfied with the answer.
Okay, you are not satisfied with the answer. The answer is being marked by the executive board members, and if the answer is not to the mark, according to us, we will allot quite less mark to the answer also. And if you want an answer to the particular question, you can attach your reply and ask another question. That
Honorable Chair, respected delegates. For over 2 years, the world has been consuming a single powerful media narrative on the Ukraine crisis. China believes this one-sided view has obstructed the complex historical geographical roots of this conflict, especially the legitimate security concerns of all parties. Instead of focusing peace, this information warfare has fueled confrontation and division. The dominant media has ignored the long-term consequences of actions like NATO has promoted a cycle of sanctions that harm the global economy.
If the People's Republic of China believes in neutrality, will it condemn the killing of civilians in Bucha and support the independent UN investigation?
Would the delegate of Jordan repeat the question?
Ma'am, the delegate of Jordan is asking that what happened in the Bucha massacre, right?
Yes.
So delegate is asking what happened in the Bucha massacre. What is
will China will China be supporting a UN-led investigation into it?
If is China supporting the UN-led investigation on Bucha massacre or not, and why if so?
Yes, China will. Okay. Yes, and if the investigation is completely impartial and only through justice, China will agree.
Ma'am, the fact is that do you know about Bucha massacre? What was Bucha massacre? Delegate of Jordan, could you please explain Bucha massacre? What was?
Bucha massacre happened back in March 2022. It is actually a town close by to Kyiv in Ukraine. Basically, many Russian troops invaded, and when they retreated, there were many bodies, and but Russia kept on saying that they are not behind it. But there was conclusive evidence suggesting that Russia was behind it. Like there were satellite imagery, etc.
So Bucha massacre was an incident back in 2022, in which there was a town, and the town was, say for example, set on fire by Russian troops and all, and it led to a large amount of number of deaths. So that
Will
is the question.
Russia support the investigation?
No, China.
Sorry.
Yes, is China supporting the UN-led investigation, and if so, why? That is the question.
China support objective, impartial and evidence-based investigation conducted under UN framework, provided they are not politicized and maintain neutrality. Because of China only supporting peace and peaceful resolution of this.
Delegate of Jordan is satisfied.
Okay, no worries. Thank you so much, Delegate of China. Delegate of France is the next on the list. Delegate of France.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, media plays a key role in shaping how the world views the war in Ukraine. Unfortunately, alongside real news, misinformation and propaganda spread quickly. False stories confuse people and make it harder to understand what is really happening on the ground.
Since the war began in 2022, social media platforms like Telegram and Twitter have been filled with misinformation. A project tracked over 9,000 false claims and many channels spreading them. Some of just main lies are that Ukraine is run by Nazis, that Russia's actions are just a special operation, and that Western aid is useless or harmful. These false stories are often spread by both and state-backed media to confuse people and justify the war. This shows how powerful the media and misinformation are in shaping people's view. France calls for stronger action, support global media literacy, and urge social media platforms to do more to stop fake news. Thank you.
The delegate of Poland would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of France. What media platforms or outlets is France specifically helping?
The delegate of France would like to answer the delegate question raised by the delegate of Poland. France support global media literacy and urge social media platforms to do more to stop fake news. Thank you.
Next is delegate of Belgium. Delegate of Belgium has the floor for the next 60 seconds.
On the count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. In Ukraine, truth wasn't just a casualty, it was targeted. A single tweet can now spark fear, a fake video can rewrite history, and propaganda can justify the unjustifiable. Belgium has taken a clear stand, have funded independent media through the European Endowment for Democracy, and supported digital literacy to combat Russian disinformation head on. While we defend transparency, Russia has turned media into battlefields where manipulation is strategy, painting itself as a victim while bombing schools. Some nations, meanwhile, hide behind the silence, pretending neutrality while enabling chaos. When bullet stops, lies still echo. If we let disinformation rule, the war won't just be fought on land, but in minds. Delegate thanks the chair.
Now, what is the capital of Belgium?
Brussels.
Thank you. Point of information to delegate of Belgium.
Does the delegate of Belgium believe misinformation is ever justified during wartime to boost national morale?
The delegate of Belgium is requesting to the delegate of Saudi Arabia to repeat the question.
Does the delegate of Belgium believe misinformation is ever justified during wartime to boost national morals?
To demoralize the narratives of Kauravas, there was a false information that Ashwathama died, right? But in the last, Sri Krishna told that Ashwathama was a not was Ashwathama the main Ashwathama. Ashwathama is a elephant also. So this kind of misinformation, which is for boosting the morale of the citizens at the time of the war, how Belgium sees that.
So, Belgium is a stable liberal democracy, strong emphasis on rule of law, civil rights, and multilateralism. So, it promotes diplomacy very much, and Belgium has the highest press freedom. So, Belgium has funded independent media through the European Endowment for Democracy and supported digital literacy to combat Russian disinformation head on. So, I think Belgium is clearly stating the principle right.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, delegate of Belgium. Next is delegate of Japan.
In 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, let's be clear. This war is not just fought with bullets, it's fought with pixels. In the first year alone, over 115 pieces of fake news polluted global discourse. Russia unleashed deep fakes, doctored footage, and propaganda that claimed the Bucha massacre was staged. A blatant attempt to rewrite reality. Behind the smoke and mirrors, the truth is staggering. Over 12,600 civilians killed, 29,000 injured. These are not isolated incidents. They echo the patterns of crimes against humanity. Disinformation is the enemy of justice. Japan calls on this assembly to fight back with verified facts, with protected journalism, and with an unwavering commitment to truth. Because justice built on lies is not justice at all, it's theater. The delegate thanks the chair.
Last one. South Africa has asked one.
Delegate of Paraguay would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Japan that what are the initiatives that are taken by Japan which make sure
that none Russia or Ukraine get offended by the misinformation of the news channels.
The President of Japan would like to reply to the point of information to the delegate of Paraguay. Japan has taken many initiatives, including one policy, that is 2022 National Security Strategy, which includes plans to fight foreign disinformation by improving intelligence and communication. This means that Japan is shifting from debunking to a more pre-bunking strategy. It involves government, media, tech companies, industries, and civil society to fight disinformation together. Japan also launched Digital Positive Action Project in 2025 with 19 private organizations to improve media literacy. Japan supports media literacy, international cooperation, and looks forward for peaceful resolution.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Saudi Arabia is the next. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia emphasizes that misinformation in the Ukraine conflict has not only distorted international understanding but dangerously fueled polarization and escalation. From manipulated images to selective reporting, media narratives have become tools of war rather than tools of truth. The Kingdom firmly believes that truth must be treated as a weapon for peace, not propaganda. As a nation that values information integrity, we urge this Council to advocate for the establishment of an international fact verification protocol, a mechanism to monitor and assess war-related media before it shapes public opinion or foreign policies. Saudi Arabia reaffirms its belief in diplomacy over distortion and truth over tension. Let us not allow misinformation to shape the fate of nations. Thank you.
All points well noted. Point of information to delegate of Saudi Arabia. And
Ireland would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Saudi Arabia by stating that what are the punishments under the Saudi government against the persons who spread misinformation or disinformation?
Thank you, the delegate of Ireland, for that question. That's a very valuable point, and I'd be happy to explore that further in further discussions or during the unmoderated caucus. The Kingdom is always open to refining its stance with accurate information. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, in the age of digital warfare, misinformation travels faster than missiles. The Ukraine war has seen over 75 million manipulated tweets, deepfakes of leaders, and false casualty reports, all designed to distort truth. Thailand, though distant, is deeply affected. Thailand voted with 141 human nations at the UN to condemn Russia's invasion, a clear stand for sovereignty and peace. Thailand's neutrality is not silence. Thai media must act as a shield against propaganda. With over 40% of Thai youth consuming the news via social media, Thailand faces a rising tide of disinformation. The Foreign Ministry pledged to support humanitarian efforts and uphold international law. Thailand empowers citizens with digital literacy and critical thinking. Thailand's voice matters. In a world where truth is under siege, Thailand chooses clarity over confusion, peace over propaganda. In every war, the first casualty is freedom. Thailand must be its defender. Thank you.
point of information to delegate Thailand. India have asked one point of information, right? UAE. UAE have also.
The delegate of India would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Thailand. There have been reports saying that Thailand has restrictions on freedom of expression and the press, and many countries, to get rid of misinformation, they educate their citizens and not repress them. So, what does Thailand have to say about this?
The delegate of Thailand would like to reply to the point of information of the delegate of India. Thai media acts as a shield, filtering misinformation and amplifying verified news. In the digital age, media isn't just a messenger, but a gatekeeper of truth. Failing to address false narratives undermines public understanding and national stability.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, granted.
How does Thailand justify repressing their citizens from raising their voice in the name of not letting media getting misled?
The delegate of Thailand would like to reply with a jet.
Delegate satisfied.
Delegate of Nigeria is the next speaker. Delegate of Nigeria is the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, as a country that has faced the dangers of misinformation during the internal conflicts such as Boko Haram, Nigeria knows how fake news can divide societies and worsen violence that has caused the country very badly. But we are worried about the social media and the biased report having made the Ukrainian war ever more harmful than the long time. To help, Nigeria suggests a media peace team, which means a group of young people trained to report the result from the war zones and to capture the truth from the war zones itself. So we also propose an African digital shield which avoid the spreading of the Western or the African countries and to again decline against the spread war messages. Thank you.
Point of information to delegate of Nigeria. Delegate of New Zealand, you have asked a question.
Delegate of Pakistan like to ask point of information to delegate of Nigeria. How do your country plan to combat misinformation of alleged war crimes?
That Nigeria is a country that has provided justice for in the conclusion of the misinformation in the Ukraine war. So Nigeria recommendations creating a UN monitored fact-checking system, including international media experts and also human rights observers. And it also include an UN meeting that has concluded with the UN members and also media experts to find the truth what was happened in that war zones itself at that time.
Thank you so much, delegate of Nigeria and delegate of Pakistan. Next is delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia.
Starting in 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Indonesia recognizes that in modern conflicts, the media plays a role almost as powerful as military action. During the Ukraine war, both traditional and social media have been heavily used to share information and influence opinions, sometimes truthfully but often misleadingly. Misinformation has become a serious weapon in this war. False narratives and propaganda have caused fear, deepened divisions, and made it harder to reach peaceful solutions. They also confuse the public, especially in the countries from conflict. As a result, many people are misled about the true situation on ground. Indonesia also calls on international bodies to strengthen cooperation in identifying and removing misinformation online. Truth must be protected if we are to build trust and move on. Delegate of Indonesia, thanks the chair.
Point of information to delegate of Indonesia. The one who have asked one POI, please lower down your placard. Canada, go ahead.
And I would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Indonesia, seeking that what are the measures taken by the government of Indonesia to promote cross-border collaboration between media to detect propaganda?
To support freedom of the press, but also take strong action against the international spread of false information. Journalists must be protected and the work must be guided by ethics and facts. Wars may be fought with weapons, but they are also fueled by words. It's our duty to ensure that those words are honest and immune.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, in the age of modern warfare, the battlefield is no longer just land, sea, or air. It is information. And those who seek to control the narrative do so not with facts, but with fear. Silence enforced with fear, through censorship, through death. The Hashemite kingdom of Jordan refuses to ignore the truth behind the silence. Why did the Russian state hide Navalny's body from the world for over a week? Was it buying time to erase the evidence of yet another political assassination? When truth becomes dangerous, journalism becomes resistance. And to that, we say, journalists should be watchdogs, not lapdogs. Countries like China or Pakistan may not be pulling the trigger, but they load the narrative, repeating disinformation that shields war criminals from accountability. If this council cannot defend the truth, then it has already surrendered to terror. Jordan stands for the protection of transparency and justice, not only for the living, but for those whose voices were silenced forever. The delegation of Jordan thanks the chair.
We will go by the recognition sheet.
The delegate of Germany would like to raise a point of information towards the delegate of Jordan. Is Jordan had taken any implementations to stop the misinformations? If so, what are the outcomes of that?
Yes. The Jordan is a nation which can be called as a bridge between the West and the Middle East. We continuously share information that is relevant with conflicts, especially considering that Jordan is situated in a place that is very turbulent, like places like Israel, Iraq, etc. So, by sharing this information, we have created a more pathway to carry information which the sources can be traced and prevent the misinformation being shared.
Respected delegates, South Africa would like to elaborate on subtopic number one. The Ukraine-Russia conflict has been highlighted how modern warfare extends beyond the battlefield and into the realm in information. In today's digital age, the media has played a royal pivot role in shaping international perception, influencing foreign policy, and affecting public opinion across the world. Both traditional and social media have been used not only to report the events on the war but also to frame narratives to support particular agendas. While Ukraine has effectively used the social media to highlight civilian suffering and appeal for global support, South Africa, as a non-alignment country committed to peace and international law, believes that while freedom of speech and as a free press must be protected.
South Africa has had a lot. South Africa has a lot of misinformation leading, and what all this South Africa have given the initiatives for Ukraine on the misinformation.
The delegate of the South Africa would like to answer the question raised by the delegate of New Zealand. As a delegate of South Africa, we believe in peaceful resolution and dialogue. South Africa maintains a neutral stance and has been used to influence global opinion, create fear, and manipulate emotions. For example, edited videos and fake stories are often shared on a platform like Telegram, Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram also. So this can be confuse people and hide the real facts and even create hate or violence. As a delegate of the South Africa, a country that believes in peace and neutrality, we think it's important to protect freedom of speech but also stop the spread of false information. The international committee must be work together to promote the media transparently and ethical to report it during the conflict.
Especially during the Ukraine conflict. We are deeply concerned about the spread of misinformation and propaganda which has fueled public controversy and hindered peacemaking efforts. Both state-controlled and unverified sources have distorted facts, escalated hostility, and worsened humanitarian crisis. Panama believes that independent journalism and strict fact-checking mechanisms must be strengthened. We urge this council to explore and promote truthful reporting, penalize disinformation campaigns, and safeguard journalists in war zones. Thank you.
During the Russia-Ukraine conflict in Panama.
The delegate of Panama would like to answer the point of information raised by the delegate of has been attempting to take a step on improving media and making it making trustable resources more effective, and yeah, that's all.
And esteemed delegates, Russia believes that the media is now being used as a weapon in the Ukrainian war. Western media tells a story that makes Russia look bad and Ukraine seems beneficial, ignoring our security concerns. After 2014, anti-Western feelings in Russia went from 44% to 81%. This incident shows how the media has changed people's mind. People think that Russian media, like Channel 1, is propaganda, but Western media spreads unverified footages and deepfakes, like fake films of Zelensky's surrender to confuse and demoralize people. This is not journalism, it's psychological warfare. Russia wants the world to regulate digital media so that is honest and accountable. In conflict, the truth must come before politics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All points well noted. Point of information to delegate of Russia. So, ma'am, before that, Ukraine, delegate of Ukraine, ma'am. I have given the chance to delegate of USA because I want to see that what question can be asked to the delegate of Russia from the delegate of USA because it is a clear tug of war here, right? Thank you so much.
Russian state media has accused Ukraine of bombing its own civilians, yet forensic evidence confirmed the missiles were of Russian origin. So, why does Russia use media to erase its sins?
Can the delegate rephrase the question?
Russian state media has accused Ukraine of bombing its own citizens, yet forensic evidence confirmed the missiles were of Russian origin. So, why does Russia use media to erase its sins?
The delegate of Russia would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate of USA through chat.
Ma'am, it is a clear-cut question. After so long period of time, we have a clear-cut war between USA and Russia, and you are saying you will reply through it. Give the reply verbally. Think. Take 1 minute. You are representing Vladimir Putin. Okay, no worries. Think and then give the reply in chat, right? By ID. Okay? Okay. The question is very simple. The question is delegate of USA. So we are reverting back to the moderated caucus, and the next speech is of delegate of New Zealand. Delegate of New Zealand, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. As the delegate of New Zealand would like to highlight a critical dimension of the Ukraine war, the role of media and the dangerous spread of misinformation. In this ongoing war, truth has become one of the major casualties. While independent journalism has bravely reported atrocities, state-sponsored propaganda and fake news have been weaponized to justify aggression, silence dissent, and confuse the global public. New Zealand firmly stands against all efforts to distort reality and manipulate public perception. The country has publicly condemned Russia's disinformation campaigns, also the Ukraine's disinformation, and other countries and other leaders who have been leading to the disinformations. And the country has contributed humanitarian aid to Ukraine and supported sanctions against media networks spreading false narratives. Additionally, New Zealand has worked through international coalition to strengthen media literacy, promote transparent journalism, and protect freedom of expression. The delegate thanks the chair.
All points well noted. Next point of information to delegate of New Zealand. Those who have asked one point of information, please lower down your placards. Those who have asked one, please lower down your placards.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. The Republic of Kenya recognized that the media plays a double-edged role in the Ukraine conflict, informing global audience but also enabling the spread of misinformation that distorts facts and extends tensions. False narratives have undermined humanitarian coordination, misdirected aid, and deepened divisions, turning public opinion into a tool of warfare. As a neutral nation committed to multilateralism, Kenya believes that truthful information is not luxury, but it is a necessity for peace. We do not support misinformation from any side, as it threatens diplomacy, endangers civilians, and destabilizes global efforts. Kenya urges this council to promote cross-border fact-checking, support independent journalism, and enhance digital literacy to ensure that conflict resolution is shaped by truth, not propaganda. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Point of information to delegate of Kenya.
Delegate of Qatar, guide to us to delegate of Kenya. Can you describe how many misinformation about the Ukraine war has influenced political or social debates in your country?
Can you please repeat the conflict? The global audience was informed the truth, but also it was informed the false news, so which escalate tensions to other countries. In my country, Kenya too, people had tensed and thought it was really it is like high war. But I think the war can be ended or can be prevented with Ukraine. Ukraine joining the NATO, but such membership should not breach the national security of Russia, and Russia should deeply analyze why Ukraine have to join the NATO. So
Thank you so much, ma'am. It might be a controversial statement by the delegate of Kenya, but no response from the side of delegate of Russia. Next is delegate of Germany. Delegate.
The war doesn't determine who is right, only who is left. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the role of media in misinformation in Ukraine war. The media has played a significant role in Ukraine war with both sides using narratives to shape public opinion. Propaganda, spreading false narratives to justify the invention and suppress dissent. Polarized view. Misinformation on social media leads polarized view influencing political policies and public support. Media influence on public opinion, narrative shaking public opinion both within Russia and internationally, impacting policy decisions and humanitarian efforts. The spread of misinformation and significant consequence influencing policy decisions and suppressing independent media. Germany is strongly against the misinformation and take initiative regarding media. The delegate of Germany thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Point of information to delegate of Germany.
What actions did Germany take in the misinformation of media in the Ukraine war?
Republic of Germany had taken initiative much more and implemented law to take on fake informations that who all are spreading this fake informations a strict action has done on them and the discussion under the UN. A program under the UN is developed for spreading misinformation and Germany has participated in that insofar. And the outcomes are and decrease in the rate of misinformation that held in Germany and implemented strict actions on those who spread misinformation on social media especially.
Is delegate of Morocco. Also, delegates willing to add their name in the moderated caucus. Is there anyone who want to be added in the moderated caucus?
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Kingdom of Morocco recognizes the media's profound influence in conflict, particularly in the Ukraine war, where it has both illuminated suffering and intensified division. While journalism can mobilize aid and expose injustice, misinformation, and biased narratives have fractured truth and undermined diplomacy. Morocco, guided by peace and multilateralism, advocates for transparent reporting and responsible journalism. We urge all member states to safeguard press freedom while combating disinformation that fuels hostility. Let us promote media literacy, reinforce digital ethics, and hold propagandists accountable. Media should not deepen discord, but instead shine as beacon of truth and understanding. Thank you.
Point of information to delegate of Morocco. Sheet. Russia, you have asked a question? No.
The delegate of Russia would like to raise point of information against the delegate of Morocco that how many news channels are there in Morocco. How do you think there is being misinformation by media in Ukraine-Russia war?
The delegate of Morocco would like to reply the point of information raised by delegate of Russia. Morocco has many news channels like AL Ola, 2M TV, Media One TV, AI Maghribia, Tamazai TV. Morocco thinks that there is misinformation in Ukraine because like all media, all the information is not clearly shown through the media and some things are hidden. Thank you.
Speeches are of delegate of Poland, Zimbabwe, Ukraine, Iceland, Ireland, Indonesia, and Bangladesh. Is it clear? Is it clear? Anyone left? Anyone want to add their name in the particular moderated caucus? Seeing none, we are moving forward, and I won't be adding any names in the moderated caucus from now onwards. Delegate of Poland, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Is no less important than the war on the battlefield. Jan Nowak-Jeziorenski, Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. The delegate of Poland affirms that the Russian misinformation campaign has been central to justifying aggression and undermining international support for Ukraine. From fake ceasefire announcement to manipulated videos, media warfare has distorted facts and hindered peace efforts. Poland has responded by supporting Ukrainian and independent media and today recommends that this council establish a conflict media watch task force to track and publicly debunk war-related disinformation. We further urge member states to provide multilingual emergency information for civilians, equip journalists with AI tools to detect falsified content, and fund safe zones for war correspondents and human rights reporters. In this war, the truth is a target. It is our duty to defend it. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. POI is to delegate of Poland. Has asked the question. Canada, you have asked the question.
The delegate of Morocco would like to raise point of information to the delegate of Poland. What action Poland has taken to improve media and to give true information in Ukraine?
The delegate of Poland appreciates the point of information raised by the delegate of Morocco. As a key neighbor of Ukraine and strong supporters, Poland has taken these actions combating misinformation. Poland has actively monitored and countered Russian disinformation, especially online. And government agencies and NGOs have launched fact-checking programs and public awareness campaigns. Polish media outlets are mostly independent and have exposed false narratives related to war crimes and refugee issues. Also, supporting independent journalism, like Poland has given safe haven to journalists fleeing from Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. Support press freedom, a core democratic value to ensure transparency and fight propaganda. Working with EU and NATO, Poland is part of EU East Stratcom Task Force, which identifies and debunks Russian disinformation. Also,
Wrap up, ma'am. Wrap up. It is like a speech. You are giving a speech of 90 seconds in the answer form only. So wrap up, ma'am.
as a key neighbor of Ukraine and strong supporter, Poland has taken these actions, combating misinformation, supporting independent journalism, working with EU and NATO. The delegate want to clarify these points.
No, no. Thank you so much, ma'am. All points well noted. Thank you, Delegate of Morocco and Delegate of Poland.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe recognized the war in Ukraine is not only being fought with weapons but with words and images. Media and misinformation have become powerful tools of influence, shaping narrative and dividing global opinion, and even affecting the strategic decision on battlefields. From deep fake videos, distorted news coverages, and the conflict shows how the truth becomes a casualty of war in Africa, where media literacy remains uneven and accurately vulnerable to these global information battles. Zimbabwe urges the international community to promote responsible journalism, strengthen the fact-checking network, and educate citizens critically assessing the information they consume. Let us remember, when we allow misinformation to thrive, we risk losing not just clarity but a shared humanity. The delegate thanks the chair. Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. The delegate of Nigeria would like to raise a question to the delegate of Zimbabwe. How do you think misinformation has shaped public understanding of the Ukraine conflict in Zimbabwe?
They had misinformed with various amount of details about the war in Ukraine. And to be fair, back then the media and the law on media information wasn't strong as it is now. And now it has been strengthened. The Zimbabwe has taken several steps to ensure that misinformation and media is not being misused.
After the committee ends for the today, we will have a discussion how to do the research, right? For 10 minutes, right? I will wrap up the committee at 4:15. Then we can have a 10-minute short discussion on research type. Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay, ma'am, you have the floor.
3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Ukraine has faced not only missile but also misinformation. A digital war designed to distort facts and destabilize trust. Ukraine propaganda campaigns have flooded social media with fake narratives, manipulated footage, and false claims of war crimes to undermine Ukraine's legitimacy. In response, Ukraine has launched the InfoShield task force working with the tech platform and international watchdogs to identify counter disinformation in real time. Verified communication channel, fact check portal, and media literacy programs are being expanded across the region. We call on the international community to support cyber monitoring mechanism and sanction against state-sponsored disinformation. The battlefield may be physical, but the fight for truth is global. The delegate of Ukraine thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Ukraine. Now the floor is open for point of information. Delegates willing to ask the question to Delegate of Ukraine, please raise your placards.
How does Ukraine justify filtering social media content in a democracy?
Okay. The delegate of Ukraine would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate of Bangladesh. Ukraine don't filter opinions. Only harmful disinformation that threatens public actions, and all actions follow platform rules and the international digital right framework, sir.
In 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Ukraine war has been made worse by misinformation. Ireland condemns false narratives and lies that fuel, hearted, and undermine trust. According to the report, over 60% of Ukrainians have encountered false information online. We urge support for independent media and fact-checking initiatives like the EU East Stratcom Task Force, which has debunked over 1,000 disinformation narratives. Let's promote truth, protect civilians, and uphold true information. Ireland stands ready to address the impact of misinformation on international peace and security. The delegate thanks the chair.
The delegate of Switzerland would like to ask point of information to the delegate of Ireland. You mentioned about regulating information. How will that avoid censorship while protecting media freedom and human rights?
First of all, the delegate appreciates the question raised by the delegate of Switzerland. Ireland believes that fact-checking initiatives, independent media, and transparent reporting can help ensure the accuracy of information. Additionally, promoting media literacy and critical thinking skills can empower citizens to evaluate information effectively. I hope the delegate is satisfied.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
The delegate.
Now we will have some GSs, and then we will wrap up the committee for today, and we will meet tomorrow again. And tomorrow we will have one moderated caucus and a round robin discussion. Round robin discussion means 1v1 debate. Is it clear? I will explain the procedure of round robin format, and tomorrow we will have one moderated caucus, one round robin, rest of GSLs, and documentation draft resolution. I will require half an hour to explain the draft resolution, and we will have one or two draft resolution of the committee. So for draft resolution, it is a different kind of procedure. For tabling the DR, it is simple majority. For passing the DR, it is special majority. That is the 2/3 of the committee. Is it clear? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we will be moving towards the GSL. Next speech in the GSL is of delegate of New Zealand.
Counting down 3, 2, 1. Ignoring human rights violation anywhere is the same as accepting them everywhere. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegate of New Zealand is gravely concerned by the ongoing reports of war and human rights violations in Ukraine. As a firm supporter of international rule-based order, the country unequivocally condemns Russia's aggression and deliberate targeting of civilians. New Zealand has acted decisively. As the country passes Russian Sanctions Act 2022, imposing targeted sanctions on over 1,500 individuals and entities, include Ukraine's and Russia's. New Zealand has contributed over 2.6 million New Zealand dollars to the International Criminal Court of the Justice and the Trust Fund for Victims, and the country supports Ukraine's case at the International Court of Justice. New Zealand Defence Force has trained more than 3,000 Ukrainian recruits in Europe. The country also provided over 150 million New Zealand dollars in humanitarian aid and created a dedicated WhatsApp pathway for displaced Ukrainians. They stand united in the face of injustice. New Zealand believes that peace is not achieved by silence, but by action rooted in law, humanity, and solidarity. The country remains committed to supporting Ukraine to a future where international law prevails over aggression. The delegate thanks the chair.
International Court of Justice या International Court International Criminal Court case. And what was the case and what is the analysis of the particular case?
No, the country have given humanitarian aid to the Ukrainians and the victims who have been affected by the conflict. $2.6 million New Zealand dollars to the Ukrainians and other victims who have been affected by the war.
Ma'am, the point mentioned by you regarding the International Criminal Court, what was that?
New Zealand have contributed the trust fund for the
Go ahead.
The New Zealand have been contributed over 2.6 million New Zealand fund for the International Criminal Court and also lead a case which have been supporting the investigation of International Court of Justice.
Point of so you have elapsed your time. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next is Delegate of Zimbabwe. Delegate of Zimbabwe.
With the principle of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the affairs of independent nations. While Zimbabwe expressed the concerns over the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and the reported violated laws of international law, Zimbabwe believes these matters must be addressed through peaceful dialogues and not geopolitical confrontation. Zimbabwe emphasized the need of an impartial and independent investigation into all alleged war crimes, guided by the frameworks of International Criminal Court and United Nations Human Rights Council. Justice should be pursued, but not at the cost of escalating violence or targeting a specific nation. Zimbabwe, like many in the global south, has experienced the consequence of the external interferences and therefore advocates a resolution that promotes peace, accountability, and respect for international law, while upholding the sovereignty of all states involved. Zimbabwe calls upon this committee to rise above bias and work towards a balanced diplomatic solution that ensures peace, justice without compromising the path to peace. The delegate thanks the chair.
Willing to ask question to the delegate of Zimbabwe, please raise your placards. So,
The delegate of UK would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Zimbabwe. What position should Zimbabwe take in promoting African solidarity in the face of calls for international criminal prosecution of a major power like Russia? And how can Zimbabwe contribute to a multipolar approach to international justice that includes voices from the global south?
ma'am, could you please repeat the question?
What position should Zimbabwe take in promoting African solidarity in the face of calls for international criminal prosecution of a major power like Russia? And how can Zimbabwe contribute to a multipolar approach to international justice that includes voices from the global south?
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to respond to the point of information raised by the delegate of UK. Zimbabwe did not raise voice for all global south countries. Zimbabwe was mentioning their shared consequences with the global south countries. And the rest of the answer, Zimbabwe would like to respond through chips.
Discussion format. Round robin discussion format is it is a type of an informal. If you have to prove that Peevees public school is the one of the best school of the country, so you have to prove that. So what will be the premises? The premise will be there are a lot of schools in the country, but the schools with best infrastructure, faculty, and co-curricular activities remains the best. This is premises, right? What is the second stage? Second stage is logic. So what is the logic? The logic would be because if there will be a good faculty, the people will, students will get good training. If there will be co-curricular activities, they will engage in more holistic development. This is logic. This is logic behind the things, right? You are understanding what I'm trying to say, right? So the logic is that, and then the example. And then the example, you will say for example, Peevees Peevees Public School has Annie sir, because he's one of the best faculty, say for example. right? So, and you give the example that it is one of the best infrastructure because it has 2 basketball courts, it has 3 football courts, like that. So, first premises, then logic, then example, then it is an argument. The floor for which is open now. You can all send 3 POIs for today also, and you can send it by 11:30. No more chits after 11:30. Is it clear? If you have to send point of information chits, if you have to send point of information chit is only valid till 11:30. At the back, members at the back, Ukraine 11:30. Is it clear? Is it clear at the back? Okay, thank you so much. After 11:30, the chits will be not be marked. Right? By the discretion of the executive board members, the second day at Peevees Mun Stage commences. The delegate of USA is the next speaker in the GSL. Delegate of USA, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds. Step at 16:19.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the United States, founding member of the United Nations, a permanent member of this Council, and proud NATO ally, has consistently stood in defense of Ukraine. Our support is not for strategic gain, but for the defense of international law, human rights and peace. Ukraine is a sovereign nation with the right to make its own choices. Victims fall while perpetrators walk free. Since February 2022, the war has resulted in over 10,000 civilian deaths. 10,000. Russia's aggression has not only violated Ukraine's sovereignty, but this constitutes grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, the Rome Statute, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Yes, the world is rich in laws, yet poor in justice. The US has contributed over $175 billion in military, humanitarian, and economic aid, and remains committed to accountability. The West cast shadows, hoping to dim the flame, but China and India became the winds that shielded it from dying. Therefore, the United States calls for a UNSC-mandated independent investigative mechanism in partnership with the ICC, OHCHR, and UNITAR, a global coalition to strengthen data verification of war crimes using satellite evidences and forensic AI, and the imposition of targeted sanctions under Chapter 7 against individuals and entities complicit in atrocities. The names of those who sold their homeland may be unknown, but the innocent lives that paid the price will always be remembered. The United States yields the floor.
You have elapsed your time.
I would like to yield.
131 seconds is there, so no time is left to yield, right? Okay, all points well noted. Next is speeches of Delegate of Ukraine. Delegate of Ukraine, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds.
Today's human rights violations are the courses of tomorrow's conflicts, said by Mary Robinson, Honorable Chair and fellow delegates. Federal Republic of Germany realizes the importance of cybersecurity and human rights violations. Germany aspects many initiatives regarding this. As a member of NATO, Germany favored past policies against it by providing offensive military aid by providing 3.1 billion euro on military support, including lethal arms to Ukraine, like access to justice by love. Germany, including with UN, and launched a project UNDP to improve access to justice for Ukrainians with 1.6 billion funding. Germany has spent 200 billion on subsidies for the victims of the crisis. For assuring the cybersecurity, Germany has spent 5 billion in military aid to Ukraine for protection of long-range weapons. Germany had raised hands by including air defense systems, etc. The Ukrainian Institute in Germany and Isha Hospital have launched a competition for joint Ukrainian-German cultural project with funding of up to 20,000 per project. Here, the delegate of Germany conclude by saying that a ground-well economic-friendly Germany will take initiatives for human rights violations and decisions on security system offensively till it goes on and much more military support for Ukraine. The delegate of Germany thanks the chair.
5 seconds left. How would you like to lead your time? Point of information for delegate of Germany. We will go through the recognition sheet. The members who have asked 1 POI, lower down your placard. Those who have asked 1 POI, please lower down your placard. Delegate of Poland, you have asked 1. Please lower down your placard.
Authorities used the delegate of China would like to raise a point of information towards the delegate of Germany.
Authorities used preventative attention up to 30 days against peaceful climate activities without specific evidence, violating international standards. Could the delegate explain this?
Can the delegate of China could repeat the question, please?
Sure. Authorities used preventative attention up to 13 days against peaceful climate activities without specific evidence, violating international standards. Could the delegates explain this?
In the stand of Germany, in that the Germany is taking initiatives for peace, in search of peace and also for human rights violations, and so many aspects like preventing long-range weapons for military aids and also in search of peace. And for that, the purpose, Germany has spent many discussions under the UN Security Council, and also for the climate change, the decisions are taken already for Germany.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Delegate of China, and thank you, Delegate of Germany. Next is Delegate of Belarus. Delegate of Belarus.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegate of Belarus emphasizes the urgent need to rise above partition narratives and prioritize truth, stability, and diplomatic integrity. The Ukraine conflict has been deeply marred not only by violence but also by media manipulation, educational disruption, and military bloc posturing. Belarus has always advocated peaceful negotiation, hosting events like the Minsk agreements. May I remind the entire Council, this is the only major internationally recognized peace process up till now. Yet today we see biased reporting inflaming tensions, children losing access to education, and NATO's unchecked involvement prolonging the war. Belarus urges this Council to re-examine the war through an unfiltered lens, free from sensationalism, military pressure, and less double standards. Let us not act as blocs or allies, but as defenders of truth, youth, and peace. Thank you.
They accommodated 3 points of information. Okay, so we will recognize 3 points of information to Delegate of Germany. Delegates willing to ask question to Delegate of Germany, please raise your placards up and high. Lower down your placard. Lower down your placard. Ireland have asked 2 questions. Not in the GSM, but the recognition sheet is the one. Delegate of UK has also asked 2 questions. Lower down your placard.
The delegate of USA would like to raise a motion towards the delegate of USA would like to raise a point of information to delegate of Belarus. Can Belarus explain how it deserves to be a state committed to peace after bounding by the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions, and several regional and global treaties, yet still being an accomplice in violating humanitarian law with Russia?
In law, we expert humanitarian law.
Okay. So, Belarus says that it deserves to be a state committed to peace. But when Russia violated humanitarian law, Belarus has supported it by letting Russia use its territories for their military, and also supporting Russia when Russia dismantled Ukraine's national curriculum, replacing its own, replacing Ukraine's with Russia's. So Belarus has openly supported and justified Russia in all ways, and also let their territory be used by Russia for military purpose.
Question.
Okay, may I start by saying that isn't the human goal peace? Isn't that what all states urge for? Peace, ending war, ending millions of lives lost. Belarus as a state, we urge for that as well. We did not let Russia explicitly use our land for invasion. This was part of a pre-existing military bloc posture that we let Russia use as part of military exercises. I would advise the delegate of USA to recheck their facts.
Your words and actions.
Ma'am, you need follow-up or not?
Yes.
Follow-up?
The delegate of USA would like to follow up.
Granted.
The delegate of Belarus. Belarus is a state where its words and actions contradict each other. Belarus says that there should be peace and that war should end. But yet Belarus supports Russia in every ways. And do you have proof that Belarus did not let Russia use their territory?
And yet it was Belarus that hosted the Minsk agreements in 2014 and 15. And yet it was NATO that openly escalated the war with its eastern expansion. And yet it was only Belarus that constantly gave diplomacy a table. And yet it was those two countries that chose the battlefield. Belarus has proof, we do have proof, that we do not openly give our land for invasion. We do not have any part in this war. We are the table for diplomacy. We gave children that lost their education in Ukraine a chance to rebuild their lives by accommodating more than 20,000 Ukrainian children into our existing school education systems.
The delegates of USA would like to follow up.
No, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I would like to reply.
No,
what-
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. It is, I think, one of the good answers Belarus has given. Delegate of Belarus has just explained how Belarus is not so much against Ukraine and not has supported Russia in that such a way. Right. So the next is delegate of Belgium, then delegate of Jordan.
The delegate of Belgium would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Belarus. When Belarus silences independent voices and promotes Kremlin propaganda, is it not actively helping to cover up war crimes instead of seeking justice?
Every country supports its media while limiting it. This is exactly what Belarus does. We make sure that media is given to the people in a proper action. We make sure that misinformation has no place in the Belarusian territories. Upon the question that you raised by saying that we crack down journalists, I think that's what you implied. I don't think Belarus, the delegate of Belarus does not think that Belarus is the only state that does that. We agree. Cracking down journalists that spread misinformation, I don't think that can be said as war crime. Is it?
The delegate of Belgium would like to ask a follow-up question.
No, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next question is of delegate of Jordan.
Does the delegate of Belarus believe that allowing foreign troops to launch an invasion from your soil does not constitute complicity?
The delegate of Belarus would like to reply to the point.
Delegate of Belarus, can you repeat the question, please, delegate of Jordan?
Yes. Does the delegate of Belarus believe that allowing foreign troops to launch an invasion from your soil does not constitute complicity?
As we already replied to the delegate of USA, where is the proof that we have given our territory to be used in war crimes? Where is the proof? The delegate of Belarus has constantly advocated and said, Belarus has been cornered in this discussion. We've been constantly being asked by this question. Belarus constantly says that territory was a part of pre-existing military bloc pursuit. It's a part of pre-existing military exercises. Do not all countries have this? In the global south, what's going on? USA, India, South Korea, China, all these countries are having their military exercises. So why only Belarus? Why is it only Belarus that is being attacked on this topic?
Thank you so much, sir.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegation of France is honored to address this committee on the important issue of war crimes and human rights violations in Ukraine. Since Russia's illegal invasion in February 2022, many innocent civilians have been killed or hurt. Russian forces have attacked homes, hospitals, schools and vital infrastructure, causing serious damage and suffering. The United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reported 13,341 civilian deaths and 32,744 injuries by May 31st, 2025. However, the actual numbers are believed to be higher. The Russian Federation is responsible for these attacks. They have caused huge human suffering and destroyed lives. These are not accidents, they are war crimes. France strongly condemns these violations as these acts break international law and must be stopped. As a permanent member of the Security Council, France has backed diplomatic and humanitarian efforts, co-sponsored UN resolution condemning Russia's aggression, and fully supported the ICC investigation started in 2022. War crimes by Russia cannot be ignored or excused. If the Council allows impunity, it will damage the credibility of the international system. Any peace deal must respect Ukraine's sovereignty and be led by the UN, with protection for civilians at its core. This Council must Politics. Delegate, thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All time elapsed, 133 seconds. Right. And also, I would like to mention two important things. Yesterday, I have mentioned that you people, please try. Yes, ma'am. You can go on the seat. Yes. So, yesterday I was talking about how to frame the speeches, and you people are not framing an argument. You people are just saying a statement and statement and statement. First of all, you moving to the next speech. Next speech is of delegate of France. Delegate of France done. Delegate of Indonesia.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, can humanity truly claim to value human life when war continues to ravage the world? The Russia-Ukraine conflict is a stark reminder of the devastating impact of war on civilians and communities. Indonesia, having experienced its own share of conflict, is committed to promoting peace, justice, and human dignity. Indonesia has provided significant humanitarian assistance, including food, shelter, and medical aid to those affected by the conflict. Specifically, Indonesia has delivered over 500 tons of humanitarian aid, provided medical assistance to thousands of civilians, and supported the evacuation of vulnerable populations. Additionally, Indonesia has contributed to the United Nations Human Rights funds and aid agencies operating in the region. The international community must prioritize the protection of civilians and respect for human rights in conflict zones. Diplomatic dialogue and peaceful resolution are essential to resolving this conflict as the world strives for peace. Indonesia reaffirms its commitment towards peaceful resolution. Let's remember that the words of Bung Karno, the first president of Indonesia, Pancasila is the source of all sources of strength for the life of the nation and the state. The delegate of Indonesia thanks the chair.
The delegate of Paraguay would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of Indonesia, that how can Indonesia balance the need for justice with the goal of national unity and healing?
Would you please rephrase the question?
How can Indonesia balance the need for justice with the goal of national unity and healing?
Basically, the delegate of Paraguay is asking how is Indonesia working upon the balance of justice with having the goal of common unity and national unity in the mind.
Indonesia is a neutral country that stands for both Russia and Ukraine. Indonesia has provided many humanitarian assistance, medical aid. We also have done the presidential visits on June 2022 at Russia and July 2022 at Ukraine, which states that we are a neutral country and we provide all help for both the countries. We evacuate the vulnerable population. We provide education for those who lost it in the Ukrainian war.
Delegate of Thailand.
The chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Thailand would like to express views on the topic addressing alleged war crimes and human rights violation
in Ukraine. The Kingdom of Thailand expresses deep concern over the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Since February 2022, over 10,500 civilians have been killed and 6.6 million people have fled the country, according to UNHCR. These are not just numbers. They represent scattered families and disrupted lives. Thailand has consistently supported international efforts for peace. In March 2022, Thailand joined 141 UN member states in voting to condemn the invasion and call for Russia's immediate withdrawal. Thailand's humanitarian assistance includes over 22.5 million baht, approximately 640,000 USD in aid, including generators, medical supplies, foods, and vaccines. Thailand also provided peace extensions and medical support to displaced Ukrainians and participated in Ukraine Peace Summit in Switzerland. As a non-aligned and a peace-loving member of ASEAN, Thailand believes in dialogue over destruction. Thailand urges all nations to act in the spirit of Namji, generosity and compassion, and stay united for international law and peace. Thank you.
9 seconds left. We can accommodate one point of information. How would you like to yield? Yield to chair. Okay. No point of information. Next is delegate of Saudi Arabia. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds.
On the count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia acknowledges the severe humanitarian impact and legal complexity surrounding the conflict in Ukraine. Saudi Arabia firmly condemns any violations of international humanitarian law, especially those targeting innocent civilians, children, or schools. According to the Reuters 2023, the Kingdom has provided $400 million as humanitarian aid, affirming its commitment towards peace and justice. That said, the Kingdom believes justice must come through neutral and transparent mechanisms. No country, no matter how powerful, should be above accountability. Saudi Arabia maintains diplomatic relations with both the Eastern and Western powers and chooses a path of a balance and not blind allegiance. We believe in de-escalation through dialogue, not force. The media has always played a massive role in shaping global views on this war, but not always truthfully. Misinformation can escalate conflict and mislead decision makers. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia believes it's time for the international community to create clear protocols to verify war-related content and fight manipulation. The war has left millions of children without schools, stability, or safety. Saudi Arabia proposes a UN-led education recovery plan, including temporary learning spaces, mental health support, and scholarships for displaced students, which Saudi has done for Yemeni students in the past few years. If we don't protect the next generation, what are we even debating for? NATO's role in conflict must be openly discussed. Saudi Arabia calls for a critical look at all foreign interventions, with every action falling under UN review and diplomatic justification. Yield to the chair.
And after 1 minute 35 seconds, I do not note down the points. Right? Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. All points well noted till 1:35.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, Canada remains deeply concerned about the credible reports of war crimes and human rights violations in Ukraine. The Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, OHCHR, has verified over 30,000 civilian casualties since 2022. Canada calls for independent investigation, adherence to international humanitarian law, and accountability mechanisms through International Criminal Court. Canada has pledged over $7 billion Canadian in military support and sanctions for humanity in order to targeting the violators of international law. Canada has also collaborated with allies through an atrocity crime advisory group to aid Ukraine's effort for pursuing justice. The collaboration with European Union on security and defense partnership is one of them. Reports from Human Rights Watch highlights the use of banned cluster munitions and torture of prisoners. Such actions cannot go unchallenged in a rule-based international system. Canada urges the Security Council to adopt unified resolutions and ensure that justice is not delayed for victims of aggression. The delegate thanks the chair.
Ma'am, thank you so much. Would you like to entertain a question from the executive board? One small question.
Yes.
Okay, so you talked about the Human Rights Watch report that talks about prisoners of war. Are there any international treaty which deals with the prisoners of war? Is there an international treaty which talks about safety of prisoners of war? Is there any?
The delegate of Canada appreciates the question by the chair, and the delegate will reply after further research.
Okay.
Delegate thanks the chair.
No, ma'am. You have 17 seconds left. We will accommodate 2 points. If you like to yield to POIs, then we can accommodate it. But before that, could you please, anyone among them, can please tell me about any international treaty which talks about the prisoners of war? Delegate of Belarus followed by Delegate of India.
The delegate of India would like to reply to the point of information raised by the chair. Geneva Convention or the Rome Statute?
Geneva Convention is the right answer, and Geneva Convention has, first was the Geneva Convention, additional protocol to the Geneva Convention, both talks about the prisoners of war and their safety, right? Thank you so much, Delegate of Belarus and Delegate of India. Now, ma'am, how would you like to yield your 17 seconds?
The delegate would like to read the time to POIs.
To POIs? Okay. Point of information, we will accommodate 2 points of information. Delegates willing to ask questions to Delegate of Canada, please raise the placards.
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Canada. While Canada supports Ukraine militarily, how does it ensure that its arm do not escalate civilian harm or violate international law?
Canada upholds international humanitarian law and supports independent mechanisms to investigate war crimes. Neutrality and justice are the core principles of its foreign policy. The protection of civilians by the Canada during armed conflict is non-negotiable. Canada works with UN, Red Cross and NATO to ensure humanitarian corridors remains open. I hope the delegate is satisfied with the answer.
Thank you so much. Delegates willing to ask another question to delegate of Canada, please raise your placards. We will go by recognition sheet only. Ireland, lower down the placard. You have asked 2 questions.
Has aided Ukraine with 7 billion Canadian dollars. How does Canada justify supplying that much amount of money in worth of weapons to Ukraine while claiming it supports peace? Don't you think this increases and escalates the war?
The delegate appreciates the points of information raised by the delegate of Belarus. The Prime Minister of Canada itself has said that I apologize for the point of order, that the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister of Canada has said that, Mark Carney has said that there can be no peace without Ukraine's full support, full participation in the war. Because, the Canadian government believes that Ukraine's response is not a provocation. It is due to the human rights violations and humanity crisis that they have faced by the aggressions of Russia.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
So the delegate of Canada said that this is for human rights violations. But the delegate of Belarus asked, aren't you supplying this money in form of arms? Does this escalate the war?
Not only in the form of arms, we are also providing humanitarian aid.
Yes,
the total
but-
money that's invested is over 7 billion.
Yes,
Canadian
but
dollars.
don't you think that this is...
No more follow-ups. Thank you so much, Delegate of Belarus, Delegate of Canada. The next speeches are of Delegate of India, Delegate of Belgium, Delegate of Ireland, Delegate of Switzerland, Delegate of Poland, Delegate of UAE, South Africa and Nigeria. And also delegates willing to add their name in the GSL, please raise your placards. Who are willing to add their name in the GSL? Delegate of Ireland, you have your name in the GSL, right? Okay. So, UK, followed by Qatar, followed by Panama, Pakistan, China. Anyone else who would like to add their name in the GSL? Anyone else would like to add their name in the GSL? Are there any motions on the floor? You can take a 10-minute unmoderated caucus. I'm just suggesting that you can take a 10 minutes unmoderated caucus and discuss the further proceedings of the committee. Either you are going to have 2 moderated caucus, 1 moderated caucus with mandatory POI, or round robin discussion after that, and then draft resolution. Right? You all have to work upon that. So you can raise a motion and have a 10-minute unmoderated caucus. A delegate of Ireland followed by a delegate of New Zealand.
The delegate of Ireland would like to raise a point of motion to the chair for suspending the GSL and for the unmoderated caucus for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Not in order, so we will take the motion which was going to be raised by Delegate of New Zealand. Delegate of New Zealand, please raise the motion.
Of motion to the executive board that the delegate of New Zealand would like to have a suspending the formal debates after the today's 10th GSL to the unmoderated caucus of the topic impact of war on children and education. For the time 20 minutes by 60 seconds for each delegate.
You want a moderated caucus?
Unmoderated caucus.
So unmoderated caucus how can we have one individual?
Sub-agendas, delegate there are all the sub-agendas.
So this is not particular in order. I want another motion. Delegate of Morocco, then Jordan.
Morocco would like to raise motion to suspend the formal debate and to apply unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. Delegate of Jordan. Delegate against, please say nays. Two nays by China and Poland. We are gonna have voting by placard. Delegates who are in favor of the motion, please raise the placards.
Already asked by the
It is not a point of inquiry, it is not something. Must you tell her? Yes.
like the delegates discuss about the sub-agenda which we should be selected, which is impact of Ukraine-Russia war on children and right to their education, and for like if we need the round robin or not, and the topic for that.
So you people have decided one moderated caucus with mandatory POI.
Yes, mandatory POI, and actually for one POI and any delegate who is interested more than one POI, they can.
No, no I scientific opinion given by a delegate of New Zealand.
Okay, delegate of Saudi Arabia, ma'am. Same thing.
On the count of 3, 2, 1. India wants to avoid war at all costs, but it's not a one-sided affair. You cannot shake hands with a clenched fist. Indira Gandhi. Good morning, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. Representing India on today's pressing issue, alleged war crimes and human rights violation in Ukraine. India believes that lasting peace cannot be achieved through assigning blame. While the international community must uphold human rights, it should also prioritize dialogue over division. Critical reports, including those from the European Court of Human Rights, have raised grave concerns, ranging from torture and unlawful killing, from forced detention and the transfer of minors. India does not dismiss these concerns, however, advocates for constructive solutions over escalation. In 2023, 141 countries in the UN General Assembly voted to condemn the invasion. India abstained, not out of indifference, but out of principal neutrality, grounded in its long-standing policy of non-alliance. India calls for ceasefire, diplomacy, and humanitarian protection. India's ties with both Russia and the West places India in a unique position, not as a bystander, but as a bridge for peace. Let us remember, war is a failure of diplomacy, and it is imperative to be treated as a last resort. Dialogue is strength. India remains committed to supporting all peaceful efforts aimed at de-escalation and the pursuit of justice. Delegate thanks the chair.
Time, so no yields. Thank you so much. Next is delegate of Belgium. Delegate of Belgium, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds.
3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, all war is a symptom of man's failure as a thinking animal. By quoting this statement, the delegate of Belgium wishes to make its position absolutely clear on the ongoing war crimes and human rights violations in Ukraine, a war ignited by the dark hands of Russia and its collaborations. Belgium is a country shaped by the scars of conflict due to civil war in Ukraine. A close ally of Belgium is suffering in all aspects of human existence, even though it has every right to seek NATO membership. Russia continues to obstruct the process under the false pretext of the national security, all while flooding Ukrainian soil with terror and suffering. Here, at this honorable forum of the United Nations Security Council, the Kingdom of Belgium states with pride that it has stood with Ukraine not only in words but in actions. Since 2022, Belgium has provided over 2.2 billion euros in military, humanitarian, and reconstruction aid. Another 100 million euros has been allocated to emergency response, health, and education for the Ukrainian people. Today, the delegate of Belgium poses a simple question to Russia and its supporters. Is bombing hospitals and killing children a part to national security? This question remains unanswered, and shamefully, it may continue to be. Belgium calls for justice through full cooperation with the International Criminal Court and stronger and human investigations. Let history say this council stood for justice, not that it watched in silence. The delegate thanks the chair.
How would you like to yield?
The delegate of Belgium would like to yield the rest of the time for points of information.
We will have one point of information.
The delegate of Panama would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Belgium about what is Belgium's stance on the threat to small nations' sovereignty due to the Ukraine conflict.
As Belgium itself is a small nation, we can say that even the small nations can hold the loudest voice in the global nations. So I think the Belgium supports humanitarian corridors and ICC very strongly, which supports Ukraine and its children. And the Belgium continues to tackle internal disparities and improve inclusivity. Our stance on Ukraine reflects our border commitment to education as a fundamental right, everyone for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And it is a good question, Delegate of Panama. So, if you people are not asking a question, you will not know how to ask a question. It is one of the good questions, right? Delegate of Ireland, you have the floor for the next 90 seconds for your GSA.
In 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, amidst the shadows of our humanity's darkest moments are revealed. As a steadfast member of the UN Security Council, Ireland stands resolute in its commitment to justice, accountability, and human dignity in Ukraine. The Russian Federation's aggression has resulted in widespread atrocities. The Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission, IHREC, has emphasized the importance of respecting international humanitarian law and human rights law. Ireland condemns the forced transfer of Ukrainian children and the widespread destruction of infrastructure. Ireland urges the United Nations Security Council to take action such as demand a ceasefire, impose targeted sanctions, and ensure humanitarian access.
We will accommodate two POIs. If you would like to lead to the POIs, but how would you like to lead tonight? To the POIs only? Okay. Delegates willing to ask question to Delegate of Ireland, please raise your black card.
The delegate of Poland would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Ireland. As the delegate mentioned in the speech, an IHRES, could the delegate provide more information regarding this?
The Delegate of Rights and Equality Commission is basically an NGO, a non-governmental organization. It's an independent statutory body, not a government department, but it is funded by the Irish government. And its primary goals are protecting human rights, elimination of discrimination, and promoting equality.
The delegate of Japan would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Ireland. How can Ireland ensure that military aid provided to Ukraine, being a NATO member, is not used in ways that violate human rights?
The question raised by the delegate of Japan by stating that Ireland has a strong military relationship with Ukraine, built on mutual cooperation and support. Here are some keys which state the security agreement, military aid, training and capacity building, diplomatic support, and humanitarian assistance. Do the delegate want to explain each?
Can the delegate has a follow-up question?
Yes, sir. Granted.
The delegate asked that how does Ireland ensure that the military aid provided is not used in ways that violate human rights, being a NATO member?
First of all, the military support that provided by the Irish government is not harm. It's not harm. It's basically the one and only aim is Ireland is ensuring that each members or the victims of the Ukraine war has received the proper military aid and the support that granted by the Ireland.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Delegate of Japan and thank you, Delegate of Ireland.
The delegate.
Okay. Motions on the floor. Delegates, motions on the floor.
Set a motion to start moderated caucus on the topic.
Not in order, not in order. This is the order. This is the format for raising a motion. No. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan would like to raise a motion to suspend the formal debate and start moderated caucus on the topic impact on children and education by the Ukraine war. for 30 minutes.
Children and
Education.
their education. This approval, everyone is in the consensus of this motion, and this motion also clearly passes.
Zimbabwe, Russia, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Canada, Indonesia, USA, Poland, France, UK, Belarus, New Zealand, China, Germany, Thailand, Kenya,
Jordan, then Zimbabwe, then Russia, then Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, USA, Poland, France, UK, Belarus, China, Germany, Thailand. Thailand was it? No. Thailand, Kenya, Switzerland, Nigeria.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, over 4.1 million children have been displaced by the war in Ukraine. The UN has verified 1,300 plus child casualties and documented over 3,000 attacks on schools, clear violations on Geneva Conventions and UNSC Resolutions 2601, which condemns attacks on education in conflict. Such actions may constitute war crimes under the Rome Statutes. They also breach Resolutions 1612, which demands protection for children in armed conflict. Japan, upholding these principles, established the Children and Family Agency in 2023 to strengthen national response systems. This council must act. A generation is at risk. Ensuring accountability and restoring safe access to education must be treated not as charity but as obligation. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Point of information for Delegate of Japan.
Delegate of Qatar would like to know point of information to delegate of Japan. What lesson from past conflict can help protect the education system and keep them running during war?
Can the delegate repeat the question?
What lesson from past conflicts can help protect education system and keep them running during war?
Japan would like to reply to the point of information raised by delegate of Qatar. Impact on children by war is huge. And from past conflicts, it has been seen that internally displaced children were Ukrainian refugees who fled to other countries. And according to UN, as of late 2024, 737,000 children were internally displaced and 1.7 million were refugees. It can lead to trauma, disrupted education, family separation, and long-term developmental risks. Is the delegate satisfied?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Delegate of Qatar. Next is Delegate of India. Delegate of India, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
On the count of 1, 2, 3. The delegate of India wishes to highlight a war that receives too little attention: the war and education. In Ukraine today, over 5.3 million children faces the barrier of learning. Over 2,600 schools have been damaged. More than 400 completely destroyed. These are not just buildings, they are safe spaces, support system, and lifelines. Only 1 in 4 Ukrainian schools can currently offer full-time in-person learning. For the rest of the classrooms has been replaced by air raid sirens, power outages, and fear. Even kindergartens have been turned into shelters. Ukraine once stood proud with a near 100% literacy rate, a beacon of education success. Yet today, as classrooms crumble and the teachers flee, we face the heartbreaking possibility that this war could reverse decades of progress in a single generation. UNICEF warns that we risk an entire generation falling behind in learning and in life. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Point of information, Delegate of India. Delegate of France, go ahead.
How does your position on the Ukraine conflict reflect concern for the millions of children affected by war?
Delegation of France. for the question and their concern. The delegation of India would like to reply, say, India has given Ukraine aid and all the affected citizens, not only children, adults, and wounded soldiers, aid and help that they can. Does that satisfy the delegation?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next is Delegate of Jordan. Delegate of Jordan, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds. Please provide the mic.
3, 2, 1. Never let a storm get your kids wet. But in Ukraine, the storm is swallowing classrooms, childhoods, and entire futures. This isn't just a war on territory, it's a war on memory, on identity, on the next generation. Over 1,300 schools bombed, 60,000 children deported into a foreign system. And let's be clear, a nation that lends soil for school bombing cannot pretend innocence. Belarus didn't stay out, Belarus opened the gates. But the future hasn't surrendered. Poland turned refugee camps into classrooms, and US and Germany rebuilt broken schools and broken minds. Jordan, one of the world's largest educators of refugee children, knows this truth well. You don't just rebuild schools, you rebuild trust, safety, and childhood itself. These weren't donations, they were acts of resistance against the removal of a generation. If this council won't defend the right to learn, then what future are we even debating for? Thank you.
The delegate of the South Africa would like to ask a point of information to the delegate of Jordan. Jordan hosts refugees because Jordan is known for refugee support. But will it support Ukraine children now facing trauma and no schooling?
As I said, Jordan is one of the most um, Jordan is very famous for supporting refugee children and giving them education, especially from surrounding countries like Palestine, Syria, etc. But because of geographical complications, like Ukraine is very far away, we do not really have that capacity. But still, we are full of support. For example, Jordan has collaborated with Poland to give education to refugee children from Ukraine. Hope the delegate is satisfied.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Jordan.
Esteemed delegates, Zimbabwe stands deeply concerned about the war in Ukraine and its tragic toll on children. Over 1,600 schools lie in ruins and millions of students have been displaced, robbed of their rights to educate and safety. Imagine trying to learn amid sirens and shattered classrooms. The crisis ripples far beyond the borders. Rising global prices for food and fuel are hurting the families in our own communities, jeopardizing school attendance and nutrition. Education is a shield against conflict. Let us rally to protect. Rally together to protect it. Whether in Harare, every children deserves a chance to learn, heal, and dream. The delegate thanks the chair.
The delegate of Panama would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Zimbabwe and would like to ask if Zimbabwe would offer support for displaced Ukrainian students and how.
I would like to respond to the point of information raised by the delegate of Panama. As we all know, Zimbabwe is a developing country with its own social and economical crisis and struggles. Zimbabwe would morely appreciate to support the children in need and struggle, but our capacity is not as developed as it should be. So Zimbabwe condemns all violations against children and human rights. The delegate thanks. I hope the delegate is satisfied.
Yes, yes, thank you so much.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the war between Russia and Ukraine is still going on and it had a great terrible effect on children's education. Both countries had major problems, but they are very different from each other. The Kremlin denies narratives of trauma. Putin calls teachers in occupied Ukraine courageous for working under difficult conditions. The Russian government says that its educational programs are for ensuring children can continue their education under challenging conditions and establishing stability in the areas it occupies. Russian officials say that the educational efforts are good instead of bad. The Russian point of view sees changes in education as way to keep things stable instead of way to repress culture. Thank you. What is justification for transferring Ukrainian children to Russia without ensuring they remain with their families?
The delegate of Russia would like to reply the point of information raised by the delegate of Kenya that Russian government claims that
All the programs to ensure education for children in occupied areas are by Russian curricula, training teachers, rebuilding schools, and offering support to restore their stability.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, Qatar is concerned with impact of the war on children during the Russia-Ukraine war. Schools were destroyed and students had to discontinue learning. Qatar feels that every child should be safe and educated. We agree with supporting children to continue learning, even in the context of war. Qatar also helped the effort helping Ukrainian children return from Russia, with safeguard educated and provide books.
The delegate of Nigeria would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Qatar. What steps have been taken by the Qatar to balance the educational reforms with traditional and cultural values?
Use and modern education reforms through initiatives like Qatar National Vision 2030 and partnership with international universities in education city.
Satisfied.
Delegates. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses deep concern over devastating impact of the Ukrainian conflict on children and the education system. As of 2024, millions of Ukrainian children have been displaced, with schools destroyed, learning disrupted, and psychological trauma rising sharply. According to the UNICEF report of 2023, over 5 million children were displaced or affected. Saudi Arabia proposes a UN coordinated education recovery initiative that includes temporary learning centers, psychological support programs, and scholarships for displaced students. If we do not protect the mind of the next generation, we are sowing the seeds of future instability. Saudi Arabia stands ready to support global efforts to ensure learning never becomes a casualty of war. Thank you.
The delegate of Germany would like to point an information towards the delegate of Saudi Arabia. What are the risks and consequences of recruiting children into armed groups? How can be this prevented in Saudi Arabia? What are the risks and consequences of recruiting children into armed forces?
What are the consequences of recruiting children into the armed forces, ma'am? Say, for example, you are giving admissions to children of lower than the age of 18 years to the army. What are the consequences of that?
I would like to respond to the question raised by the delegate of Germany. Children below the age of 18 are involved both mentally and physically. Appointing them into armed forces below the age of 18 before they are fully developed can truly affect their mental health as well as their emotional health. When they grow up, it could affect them in a very negative way, and I believe that after the age of 18, it should be their choice whether to be recruited to the armed forces or not, and that should not be controlled by anyone to mandatorily put them into army. Is that been satisfied?
Okay, okay, thank you so much. Delegates, so 15 minutes for the tea session. 15 means dot 15 minutes.
The Russia-Ukraine war has had a devastating impact on children, and Indonesia is deeply concerned by the consequences. Over 7 million children have had their education disrupted. Schools have been destroyed or turned into shelters, and many students now face the fear of bombs instead of safety classrooms. For Indonesia, education is a core value. It's not just about learning, it's about hope, growth, and opportunity. Every child, no matter where they are born, deserves a chance to learn in peace. War steals that right. Indonesia encourages the international community to prioritize emergency education programs and long-term support for affected youth. War must not be allowed to destroy the future of a generation. The delegate of Indonesia thanks the chair.
Thailand, you have asked two questions, right? One question. You haven't asked a question.
And would like to ask point of information. How is Indonesia contributing to UN peacekeeping efforts that protects children and education?
Indonesia supports the Safe School Declaration and urges all parties to avoid targeting educational institutions. We also emphasize the importance of psychological care as children carry emotional wounds long after war ends. Indonesia encourages the international community to prioritize emergency education programs.
3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. On the night of July 31st, 2025, a missile struck a residential building in Kiev, Among the victims was 6-year-old Matvey Marchenko, the student of a local karate club, one among thousands. Across Ukraine, children wake to the sounds of sirens or don't wake at all. In occupied regions, Russia has dismantled Ukraine's national curriculum, replacing it with its own, a clear violation of the Hague Regulations, the Fourth Geneva Convention, and Ukraine's 2017 law on education. Belarus too has enabled this by spreading disinformation and justifying educational oppression as reform. And during the trial of God, we will ask, why did you allow this? And the answer will be an echo, why did you allow this? Thus, the United States calls for a UNSC resolution and under Chapter 7, mandating international monitors to protect educational systems in conflict zones and to support UNICEF and UNESCO in preserving Ukraine's educational sovereignty. The delegate thanks the chair.
The delegate of China would like to ask a point of information to the delegate of USA. In 2015, the schools in USA got attacked, and what are the measurements does USA take after the attack to prevent these afterwards?
Can you specify what attack and what the source is? Just an attack? Can you
It's not
specify?
an attack.
Yeah,
It was
information.
in 2015. The schools, the children are attacked in the war.
It would be having the delegates of USA would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegates of China. As the attack is not specifically mentioned, we cannot reply to it specifically, but instead, USA is the world's most dominant in economic and military power. Thus, economically, as US is one of the best, we have supported our students in terms of education in all levels, and even other countries are coming to USA for pursuing their education, and USA not only provides education for their students but also others through scholarships. Thank you.
Sorry for not being specific.
Ma'am, please try to avoid this kind of questions, right? This kind of question means you are not asking for a follow-up. You are not asking for a follow-up, and you are cross-questioning each another. This is not the format, right? Please sit down. Thank you so much.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, a child forced to carry war on their shoulders will carry silence for the rest of their life. The Slavas is a Boska. Speak to the invisible scars the Ukraine was leave behind. The war in Ukraine has stolen childhood and future. Over 500 children have been killed, thousands wounded, and millions denied education. Schools have been bombed, militarized, or abandoned. These acts violate international humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions, the Convention on the Right of the Child, and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which classifies attacks on schools and forced deportations of children as war crimes. The long-time psychological damage, education loss, and identity corruption caused by war cannot be ignored. This delegation calls for full enforcement of UNSC Resolution 2601, a trauma recovery program, a UN faithful declaration, and accountability for war crimes committed against children. The delegate thanks the chief.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Poland. All points well noted. Next is point of information to Delegate of Poland. South of USC, you have asked one question, two questions.
So the delegate of Poland talks about law, but the muzzle law which exists in Poland allows disciplining judges who question the legality of the government's judicial reforms. So isn't it undermining judicial independence and rule of law in Poland? Yes. The delegate of Poland talks about laws, but in Poland, the muzzle law which exists in Poland allows disciplining judges who question the legality of government's judicial reforms. So isn't it undermining judicial independence and rule of law in Poland?
Delegate of Poland, do you understand the question? The question is very simple. The delegate of USA is asking, there is a particular law in Poland which undermines the very much judgment of the judges also, that if they criticize the government, there is a disciplinary action on them also. So how would you like to justify this kind of laws which are binding on the principle of justice? What is your stance, right? Delegate of USA, is that the question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The delegate of Poland would like to respond to the point of information by the delegate of USA by stating that while its Geneva Convention and Convention on the Right of Child and the delegate of Poland said that Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court considers attacks on schools and the forced deportations of children as war crimes. As the USA delegate said,
Okay, ma'am. I have noted all the question and the answer. The answer was not relatable to the question you asked, but what we can do. Right? Thank you so much. Next.
Esteemed delegates, France is alarmed by UN confirmed attacks on over 1,400 schools and the unlawful deportation on Ukrainian children. Actions the Independent International Commission of Inquiry classifies as war crimes. When education is disrupted, war inflicts lasting damage beyond the battlefield. A generation without schooling risks systemic poverty, instability, and trauma. Protecting school is protecting Ukraine's future. France has partnered with UNICEF to support child protection centers in Kharkiv and Dnipro and is providing access to education for Ukrainian refugees on France soil. France calls on this council to condemn these crimes, support accountability, and prioritize education in humanitarian response. Delegate, thanks to chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of France. Point of information to Delegate of France.
I would like to raise a point of information towards the delegate of France. How will the delegate ensure education aid doesn't become selective, prioritizing allies over victims?
The delegate of France appreciate your point of information raised by the delegate of Saudi Arabia. The delegate of France would like to reply to the point of information. By March 2022, 6,873 children arriving from Ukraine were enrolled in French schools. Many attended tailored reception classes, receiving free meals, mental health support, and trauma.
I noted down the points made by the Delegate of France with Saudi Arabia both. Right, no worries. Thank you so much. Next is Delegate UK. Delegate UK, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the United Kingdom remains steadfast in its support for Ukraine against Russia's illegal and brutal invasion, a war that has devastated the lives and educations of millions of children. While specific figures for UK aid focus solely on education are limited, the UK has provided substantial humanitarian support, much of it through key partners like UNICEF. This includes the rehabilitation of schools, shelters, training of teachers and support for both formal and non-formal education. UNICEF, backed by UK and EU funds, is also integrating refugee children into schools across Europe and delivering mental health care to those affected by trauma. Additionally, cash assistance to vulnerable families is helping ease education-related costs, ensuring that learning continues even in crisis. The UK urges all nations to treat education as a protocol right to all. We must reinforce global commitments to safeguard schools, uphold the Safe School Declaration, and hold violators accountable. The delegate thanks the chair. The delegate of UAE would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of UK. The delegates stated that UK have provided substantiate support to the victims. And how does UK ensure that its humanitarian aid towards education is distributed equitably across all the affected regions, including those under Ukrainian governments? Delegate thanks the delegate of UAE for the point of information. The delegate of UK would like to answer to the point of information raised by the delegate of UAE. As the delegate has stated in their speech, UK provides humanitarian and educational aid through organizations such as UNICEF and Europe Union, which the organizations ensure that the aid provided by the country is equally distributed among the children and people that are suffering from the effects of war. Is the delegate satisfied with
Thank you
this?
so much, Lord. Thank you so much.
Impacts of war on children and education in Ukraine. Thousands of schools have been destroyed or shut down, with millions of children displaced. Millions. According to UNICEF, over 5.7 million children have had their education disrupted. 5.7 million. Engrave that into your mind. The war has created a lost generation, mentally scarred and denied their right to learn. Time enough for statistics, now actions. Belarus proposes the creation of a safe learning zone under UN protection in conflict-free regions. Emergency distance learning infrastructure supported by international funds. May I remind the entire Council that Belarus has provided thousands, if not tens of thousands of families in Ukraine the education that their daughters and sons need. I thank the Chair.
Point of information to Delegate of Belarus.
The delegate of Belgium would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Belarus. As the delegate of Belarus have already mentioned that millions of Ukrainian children have lost access to education due to the war, does Belarus believe political alliances are more important than the future of innocent children?
Absolutely not, and that is why the delegation of Belarus and Belarus' open borders that allow children from Ukraine, thousands of families from Ukraine, to cross the borders, enter Belarus, and be inducted into the existing school education systems.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Belgium, Delegate of Belarus. Next is Delegate of New Zealand. New Zealand, you have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Of New Zealand stands deeply concerned about the devastating impact of Ukraine war on children and their right to education. Armed conflict not only destroys schools but also scars young minds for life. In war zones, over 5 million children have had their life and learning disrupted. Children are often recruited as soldiers, displaced from their homes or left orphaned, with no access to proper learning or emotional support. New Zealand condemns the targeting of civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, especially schools, and supports international humanitarian law to protect children in conflict zones. New Zealand have contributed funding through UNICEF and UNHCR to provide emergency education, mental health support, and safe place for displaced Ukrainian children. This country stands firmly with Ukraine in defending the rights of every child to learn, live, and thrive, even in times of war. Education must never be a casualty. It is our duty to protect it, for it is the foundation of peace and love. The delegate can stay.
Thank you so much, Delegate of New Zealand. POI to Delegate of New Zealand.
While Kenya's statement in support of Ukraine are strong, what country leadership has New Zealand offered in the Security Council regarding peacekeeping, negotiation, or children's education?
Should I repeat? The delegate appreciates the delegate of Kenya for a good question raised. The delegate, the country, New Zealand is an isolated country with no support, with no enemies or allies, but still the conflicts that New Zealand haven't taken any independent autonomous sanctions. But for the ongoing conflicts, the first time ever, the New Zealand have taken the sanctions, the Russia Sanctions Act of 2022, to have a peace and recovery and have a rights for both Russia and Ukraine on the conflicts and have emergency of education, give the rights to the children for the education, not accepting the soldiers enter the schools for the military purposes. That will get instead.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Delegate of Kenya. Next is Delegate of China. You have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, these wars are creating devastating impact of war on the world's most vulnerable, our children. And education is absolutely important for everyone. And these wars are denying rights for children. War has devastating impacts through physical destruction of schools, psychological trauma, displacement, and increased risk of child labor and recruitment into development, and perpetuate cycles of poverty and conflict. The recent conflict in Ukraine has seen the destruction of educational facilities, disrupting the education of the thousand children, and China says that discussing these problems through dialogue and diplomacy will be resolving the problem. Thank you.
The delegate of Japan would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of China. With hidden abuse in boarding schools and strict censorship, how can China ensure transparency in child protection efforts abroad? There has been reports.
Please try to avoid cross questions. Right? You can answer the question raised by Delegate of Japan, Delegate of China. Did you understand the question? Then answer, or via chat you can answer. Right? So how will you answer? Verbally or via chat? Via chat? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, war can significantly impact students' education in various ways, such as disruption of schools. Schools being destroyed, damaged, or used for military purposes, leading to lack of access to just education. Displacement, trauma, and stress. Exposure to violence and trauma can affect students' mental health, making it challenging to focus on their studies. Curriculum disruption, teacher shortage, psychological impacts. War can have psychological effect on long-term psychological effect on students, affecting their ability to learn and engage in education. And in the Federation of the Republic of Germany has done much initiatives regarding this, and the solutions for this are established temporary learning spaces, online and distance learning, psychological support, teacher training, community-based initiatives, government and international support, flexible and inclusive education, prioritize education and humanitarian response. And the delegate of Germany thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Germany. Point of information to Delegate of Germany. UK, you have asked 3 questions or 2 questions? 2 questions.
Organizations that implemented by Germany for supporting the education. Could the delegate provide more details? Like it's a clarification based question. So about these organizations, like more details, like the formation, what are the impact of these organizations in the conflict areas, and others.
First of all, the Germany has taken much more implementations on this, such as civil defense lessons, emergency preparedness training, curriculum development, raising awareness, and much support for the conflicted areas. And as an outcome, and the results are very positive as them are raised by the students' mental and psychological health, and which increases their psychological effects and lead to the better studies. And much more in Germany have also raised much more projects such as human rights violations and all for that the purposes and security of the nation.
Yes, I will complete the GSS, then only we can move towards the draft resolution, right? Okay. Delegate side.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Thailand stands with children worldwide whose education is threatened by conflict. In Ukraine, more than 30% of schools have been damaged or destroyed, affecting 5.3 million children. Thailand understands these hardships. In southern provinces, Thailand have witnessed attacks on schools. And in response, Thailand has strengthened protective laws, enacted the Child Protection Act, and engaged in ASEAN and UN efforts to defend children's rights. Thailand has also provided humanitarian support to Ukraine, contributing over 23 million baht in aid. Let us join together as responsible members of international community to ensure that every child from Ukraine to Thailand can learn in safety and hope, and to guarantee that war never again robs children of their future. Thank you.
Or reintegration programs exist for children who have lost years of schooling due to armed violence in Thailand's conflict affected provinces.
Can you please repeat the question?
What recovery or reintegration programs exist for children who have lost years of schooling due to armed violence in the Thailand's conflict affected provinces?
The delegate of Thailand would like to reply to the point of information. Thailand have developed mobile classrooms and increased teacher protection and coordinating with local communities and NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Delegate of Kenya. You have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Chair, distinguished delegates. In conflict zones, the sound of bombs replaces the sound of school bells. Over 232 million children globally are affected by armed conflicts, many of whom may never enter a classroom. As a nation that has faced regional instability and hostile displacement communities, Kenya understands this result not from theory, from lived experience. We have seen firsthand how war not only demolishes school buildings but erodes future, turning students into soldiers and dreams into traumas. Kenya proposes the establishment of UN emergency education protocol to ensure that mobile classrooms and trauma-informed teaching are included in all peacekeeping missions. Let us not allow war to teach children that the world has no space for their potential. Let us protect pencils as fiercely as we conduct guns. The delegate of Kenya thanks the chair.
Delegate of New Zealand would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Kenya that the delegate of Kenya has mentioned that the country have suffered a lot of regional instabilities. Could the delegate give the solution that the country taken for the instabilities, taken for education and impacts of war, impacts of education and for children?
I choose that even if there is war, as when we had pandemic, we had online classes. Such like that, we could have online classes. We could have then an area where the guns or nothing would come to an area where we could give classes there, and yeah, that's all for myself.
Follow.
No, no, ma'am, no follow-up. The
So the
simple
question
question.
was taken by the country Kenya, not from the delegation.
Um, we understand the question, we understand the answer. I guess this is the similar kind of answer thing, right? Thank you so much. Next is Delegate of Switzerland. You have the floor for the next 60 seconds.
Delegation of Switzerland is deeply alarmed by the devastating impact of the Ukraine conflict on children. Beyond the immediate dangers of violence and displacement, many children are being denied education, safety, and psychological support, rights protected under the international law, including the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Attacks on schools and the use of educational institutions for military purposes are not just tragic, they may constitute war crimes. Switzerland strongly supports the Safe Schools Declaration and urges member states to ensure learning environments are protected and demilitarized. We also call for increased investment in trauma-sensitive education and digitalized learning platforms that can research displaced and at-risk children. Every day without school is another step back from recovery and justice. The delegate thanks the chair.
The delegate of Thailand would like to ask point of information. Is Switzerland providing funding and or expertise to rebuild education systems post-conflict?
Switzerland has been supporting mobile classrooms, remote education infrastructure, and training for teachers in conflicted zones. We also have been encouraging international community to fund education-specific humanitarian aids. Also, we provided aid and supported ICC investigations and backed child force reliefs through ICRC and UNICEF. Is the delegate satisfied?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Nigeria firmly believes that every child has a right to safe, uninterrupted education, even in the times of war. When schools are attacked or occupied by the armed forces, education stops and fear begins. War does not destroy buildings, it destroys futures of millions of children. Children in Ukraine are facing bombed classrooms, forced displacement, and deep emotional trauma. Reports from the UNICEF and the UN Human Rights Office show the hundreds of schools have been damaged or destroyed in Ukraine since 2022. And over 5 million children, not to count, over 5 million children have been affected. To help, we suggest learning zones, special areas in nearby countries where refugee children can go to the school without any need of visas. Nigeria believes the children should be given a voice, so we support a Child Peace Ambassadors program where they can share their stories with the world.
What lessons has Nigeria learned from fighting Boko Haram that can help prevent war and to promote education facilities?
First of all, what is Boko Haram? Boko Haram is a military group that began as a non-violent religious movement in the early 2000s. The main aim of the Boko Haram is known for attacking schools, including the widely reported kidnapping of hundreds of schoolgirls in the Chippo in 2014. So, from fighting Boko Haram, Nigeria has learned that protecting civilians must always come first. Being so, how violence and fear grow when there is no strong system to protect human rights. For this, our country, Nigeria, has collaborated with the regional institutions like African Union and also ECOWAS. They promoted for creating a safe learning source and also to provide peace kits that can be shared without in online, even in online also.
3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, since 2022, over 3,800 plus schools in Ukraine have been damaged or destroyed, and nearly 6 million children have seen their education disrupted. What doesn't just destroy buildings? It shatters classrooms, dreams, and mental health. Ukraine is responding with urgency through the Education Cannot Wait initiative. We have deployed mobile classrooms, radio listening, and online schools to reach displaced children. Trauma support centers now operate in conflict zones and aid mental recovery. But we cannot do this alone. We urge international partners to prioritize the education and aid program and support the reconstruction of schools with a safe zone and digital infrastructure. Protecting children's right to learn is not charity, it is a duty. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Ukraine. Questions to PYs related to Ukraine. Bangladesh.
To raise a point of information against the delegate of Ukraine. If Ukraine claims to protect children, why are schools still being used for military purposes in some regions?
Bangladesh. Ukraine respect the Safe School Declaration in rare cases where school were militarized. Ukraine has conducted investigations. In most incidents, Russian forces repurpose civilian infrastructure. Ukraine works with the UN and CEF to prevent this and relocate civilians quickly.
Distinguished delegates, war shatters classrooms before it shatters battlefields. The delegation of Belgium is deeply concerned on the impact of war on children and education. War does not only erase cities, it erases futures. Over 5 million Ukrainian children have lost access to education with schools deliberately targeted or militarized. While Belgium has contributed over 37 million through Education Cannot Wait, we note with concern that some nations with vast resources have influence remain hesitant, either in condemning such attacks or in funding meaningful educational aid. To protect children, science is no longer neutrality, it is complicity. We call on all member states to uphold UNSC Resolution 2601 and support a UN-led real-time monitoring mechanism for attacks on education. Protecting classrooms must be a shared global duty, not a selective gesture. Delegate thanks the chair.
What is UNSC Resolution 2601?
It is mainly protecting the children by helping them for education purposes while facing a conflict.
Can anyone in the committee explain me what is the difference between a resolution of General Assembly and a resolution of United Nations Security Council? Anyone? What is the main difference between a resolution of a UNG and a resolution of a UNSC? Delegate of Jordan. Go ahead.
Veto powers in UNC, and even if the majority votes in one.
No, you are right. It is the difference between UNSC and UNG? What is the difference between the resolutions of UNG and UNSC? What is the main difference between a UNG resolution and a UNSC resolution? Anyone in the committee? New Zealand, go ahead.
Resolution from the General Assembly will be like general topic or something, but Security Council have a specified topic.
No.
Like
Based
on countries.
No, this is not the right answer.
But in a general assembly, there will be one draft resolution, and in UNSC, we will have multiple draft resolutions.
No.
Assembly, it will be conducted on a general topic, and in the Security Council, it will be more detailed.
I'm wrong, but in UNGA Resolution 64-249, it gives Ukraine all the right to defend against Russia.
What is the difference between
But in
UNGA
UNSC, if a resolution is passed, it's about peace between Russia and Ukraine. But in UNGA, it gives Ukraine the right to defend
Okay, I'll
where war
explain.
can occur.
I'll explain what is the main difference between a UNGA resolution and a UNSA resolution. At the back, Nigeria and student volunteer. Delegate of Nigeria and student volunteer. Binding on all the countries, right? If one violates that resolution, it is there can be no liable action on any particular country. But if you are a member state of UNSC and if you and there is a draft resolution, it is binding on all the states, right? It is binding on all the states. It means that a liable action can be there if one violates that particular resolutions. Did you understand? So there was UNSA resolution 2601 which condemns the attacks on the schools and students and we talk about the rights of education to all, right? It was that. Point of information to delegate of Belgium. Information.
The delegate of Nigeria would like to raise an POI, the delegate of Belgium. So we all know that Belgium is known for the multilingual education, is it?
Yes.
So how is the system accommodating Ukrainian refugees and maintaining educational inclusivity?
The delegate of Belgium would like to answer the question of the delegate of Nigeria. So, to help them, public schools will be opened to help them learn in their own language, and we are also offering providing humanitarian aid and funding NGO, which is non-government organization, and EU initiatives. So, in that way.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next is delegate Violet. Delegate Violet.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Russian-Ukrainian war has devastated children's education. Over 5 million children have been affected, with 1,500 schools damaged or destroyed. Children are missing out on education, and their future are at risk. Ireland believes that education is a fundamental human right. We call on all parties to respect international law, protect civilians, and prioritize education. Let's work together to ensure to ensure children in Ukraine have access to quality education, support their well-being, and build a better future. The future of these children depends on our collective action. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate Violet. Delegates, if you are mentioning that
The delegate of Panama would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Ireland and would like to ask, would like to mention that digital tools have been applied to education a lot recently. So, has Ireland taken any steps to develop digital educational tools for for displaced Ukrainian children?
That's a very good question. Recently, Ireland has taken some of the digital education tips and all, but the delegate is unable to answer, and the delegate would like to answer more information to the delegate of Panama through choose.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next is Delegate of Pakistan.
Chair, esteemed delegates. The delegate of Pakistan is deeply concerned about the devastating toll of war on Ukraine's children. Schools lie in ruins, millions have been displaced, education has been interrupted, and with it, the future of an entire generation. We urge the United Nations Security Council to take immediate actions to ensure the protection of schools and to prioritize education in humanitarian efforts. Rebuilding educational infrastructure must be treated not as a secondary concern, but as a cornerstone of lasting peace. No child should have to choose between safety and learning. Thank you.
When was the recent campaign held by Pakistan to prevent such symbolic attacks?
I would like to reply the point of information of China through Vietjet.
You say that today only in Pakistan we have organized a camp. This is the simple thing that they are saying that when you have organized a camp, there are various policies in Pakistan which are for the RTE, right to education to student. There is a perfect policy which was started by Nawaz Sharif in 2014 or 15, I guess, which talks about giving mandatory education to 6 to 14 years of student, and how you people are saying that the Pakistan government is against and it is demoralizing the students but of for education and all. It is not the true fact. You can answer this, right? It is simple. Thank you so much. Please try to engage verbally as more as you can, right? Thank you. Next is
Studies. The delegate of Bangladesh is concerned about the devastating impact on war on children and education in Ukraine. Schools were not just damaged, they were deliberate targets. Over thousands of educational institutions have been damaged or destroyed, rending away, sending away millions of little children from their basic right to learn. Bangladesh, having faced the trauma of war in its own history, understands how violence learns a part of the future of a nation. When classrooms are replaced by bangers and textbooks were trauma, it is not only education that is lost, it is hope. Thank you.
France would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Bangladesh. How is your government working to ensure displaced children's access to education despite the pressure of ongoing religion conflicts?
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to answer the question. So yes, there are many conflicts going on in Bangladesh right now because there are many political parties other than the government. And the government has recently changed in Bangladesh in 2024. So yes, we are in a rush and we can't really focus on these things. But I'm not really. Could the delegate please repeat the question?
how would you? The question was very simple. The question was how you are maintaining the students and their education because there is a conflict zone. Because Bangladesh, it is now a conflict zone. There is a crisis-like situation in the country, civil war type situation. So how you are managing the students and all, right? This was the question. No? Okay.
So the delegate of Bangladesh is not really informed about this topic. And in the delegate's perspective, because of the government has changed and the many political parties, they're in a rush and they're not really taking many initiatives. But yes, they're developing and they're trying.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, war shatters children's future, and the Ukraine conflict starkly shows that. Since 2022, over 5.3 million Ukrainian children face disrupted education, with more than 2600 schools damaged and nearly 4.6 million unable to attend school normally. Many have lost a year or more of learning time. For Paraguay, where we spend only about 3.4% of our GDP, the lowest in South America, this challenge resonate deeply. Our children, especially in rural areas, already struggle with access to quality. The Ukraine crisis reminds us to urgent need of invest more in education, protect the students from disruption. Education must be shield, not a casualty in times of crisis for Paraguay and for all the children worldwide. Thank you.
Zimbabwe would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Paraguay. As the delegate mentioned, as the country is struggling with education themselves, how have the country tried to make the education more better and available for all the kids who are struggling?
The delegate of Paraguay would like to answer or respond the point of information raised by the delegate of Zimbabwe, by that the Paraguay's GDP is increasing every year by 3.26%, and Paraguay has introduced a new system which keeps a check on the students which are struggling. So with that GDP, with the money left, we help the students which are struggling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Delegate of Zimbabwe.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the United Arab Emirates stands with the children of Ukraine. Children who once dreamed of bright futures but now face bombs instead of the bullets. The war has forced over 5 million children from their homes and destroyed thousands of schools. This is not just a loss of classrooms, it is a loss of opportunity, of growth, and of hope. The UAE believes that every child deserves to learn, no matter what their circumstances is. UAE has delivered urgent humanitarian aid, established air bridges for supplies, and sent educational and medical support to help those displaced with the help of with the coordination with UNICEF and UAE charitable foundations like Emirates Red Crescent. UAE urged the international community to defend education during conflicts, to rebuild learning spaces, and to ensure no child is left behind simply because they were born into war. Thank you, Chair.
How do you think prolonged exposure to conflict affect a child's ability to access quality education?
The delegate of UAE would like to answer the question raised by the delegate of Germany. UAE believes that wars and conflicts are affecting the children, their mental health as well as not only their physical health, their mental health as well as. And as a solution, UAE have as a part of humanitarian focus, UAE have provide many aids in partnership with UNICEF and ICRC, that's the National Committee of Red Cross, and funded child trauma counseling programs and safe places within shelters and temporary schools in Ukraine. And UAE believes that every child should get quality education and they should not be left behind because they were born in the war.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the war in Ukraine has inflicted deep and lasting wound on children who are among the most vulnerable victims in any conflict. Since the outbreak of full-scale war in February 2022, millions of children have been experienced trauma, displacement, and destruction of their education. Schools have been bombed, teachers forced flew, and families have broken apart. Many Ukrainian children have been leave their homes and entirely become refugees in neighboring countries like Poland, Romania, and Germany. As a nation that has long prioritized youth development and educational equality, South Africa expressed deep concern over the erosion of children's rights in this war. South Africa supports UNSCEF for recognized school as a zone of peace and emphasizes all parties in any armed conflict must respect international law.
Delegate of South Africa stated many students faces trauma. How has South Africa helped in this?
Thank you for the question. The delegate of the South Africa would like to answer the question raised by the delegate of Morocco. The war in Ukraine has had a terrible impact in children. They are among the most vulnerable victims. Millions have been described, lost family members, and faced serious traumas. School has been destroyed or turned into shelters. So, South Africa believes that every child deserves a safe, peaceful environment to learn and grow. We support UNICEF call to recognize school as a zone of peace and to protect education during conflict. South Africa also called for the international funding to help to rebuild schools after offer online schooling learning will be possible and provide mental health support to children suffering from distress and trauma.
Countdown of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Panama is alarmed by the devastating impact of the Ukraine war on children. Over 5 million children have had their education disrupted, with schools destroyed and entire communities displaced. This is not just a loss of learning, it is a loss of childhood, security, and future potential. The trauma they face today may last a lifetime. We call upon the Council to prioritize safe zones for schools, support remote learning infrastructure, and ensure that psychosocial aid reaches the youngest victims of this war. Education must never be a casualty of conflict. Thank you.
The delegate of Nigeria would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Panama. Can Panama use its global shipping influence to aid the distribution of educational supplies to the Ukrainian refugees affected by the war?
Yes, Panama is known for the Panama Canal connecting the South Pacific Ocean to the Arctic Ocean. We use it as a major logistics hub, and Panama is well positioned to facilitate humanitarian aid. We are open to collaborating with international partners to ensure delivery of educational materials.
Thank you so much, sir. Next is Delegate.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Kingdom of Morocco draws urgent attention to one of war's deepest wounds, the stolen futures of children. In the Ukraine conflict, schools have become shelters and student survivors. This is not collateral damage, it is the theft of potential, innovation, and peace itself. Morocco, committed to youth empowerment, condemns the destruction of academic infrastructure and the trauma inflicted on young minds. No geopolitical motive justifies denying a children education, safety, or joy. We call on all nations to protect learning institutions, uphold humanitarian law, and ensure displaced children have access to education. The global community must invest in trauma-informed learning and build education system resilient to crisis. Education is not just a right; it's a shared hope for a peaceful future. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much. Point of information to Delegate Morocco. Russia have asked two questions.
Point of information against the delegate of Morocco that as Morocco stated, they are very concerned and committed youth empowerment. Can you state how Morocco has helped children during war? Will reply to the point of information raised by delegate of Russia. Yes, Morocco has supported Ukrainian people in many ways. Morocco welcomed Ukrainian people to enter and stay in their country. Morocco has provided educational support in their local schools. Morocco has provided visa flexibility. Morocco has extended visa for the people of Ukraine. Morocco has done collaboration with international bodies, supported international efforts of UNICEF and UNESCO that focus on protection and education of children affected by the Ukraine and Russia war. Thank you.
Esteemed delegates, the delegation of Canada is deeply concerned about the impacts of ongoing Russo-Ukraine war on Ukraine's children and its educational system. Since the conflict, over 7 million children in Ukraine have their education disrupted. Schools have not only become unsafe for learning, but have also tragically become the targets of their aggression. According to UNICEF, more than 3,000 education institutions have been damaged or destroyed. It's not only the buildings that are destroyed, it's also the future. Furthermore, Canada has taken firm actions, including allocating over 100 million Canadian dollars towards the emergency education and children protection services in Ukraine. We are supporting partners like UNICEF in order to deliver online learning and psychological support and safe learning spaces for displaced children. The delegate thanks the chair.
The delegate of Canada mentioned that online classes can be used to help get education to children who are displaced in war. But how can Canada make sure that Wi-Fi connection and such devices can reach to war-stricken areas like Kyiv in Ukraine?
The delegate of Canada, which is the question raised by the delegate of Jordan, that the delegate said about the online learning of the Ukrainian refugees, the children who are Ukrainian refugees and who are citizens in the Canada, who can't go to schools nearby or something like that. So,
Thank you so much.
As Russia has constantly denied there are human rights violations in Ukraine, saying it is for self-preservation. Yet the international bodies has found out grave human rights violations committed by Russia. Justify, please.
Russia categorically denies these accusations, viewing them as a part of a broader NATO-led hybrid war and Western-led disinformation campaign. Moscow asserts that these narratives are strategically designed to demoralize Russia intentionally rather than being grounded in objective investigations or due process.
Thank you so much. Delegate USA.
The delegate of USA would like to ask Russia. A permanent member of UNSC should not be the reason security collapses. You call yourself innocent, yet veto investigations. Why fear scrutiny if you are clean? The delegate of UAE would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Zimbabwe. How can Zimbabwe speak on human rights violation abroad when reports from Human Rights Watch and the UN points to suppression of political opposition
and political brutality at home.
The delegate of Zimbabwe would like to respond to the point of information raised by the delegate of UAE. Zimbabwe, as like many countries in the UN present here, has faced human rights violations in the past. And speaking up globally doesn't mean moral perfection. It means enforcement of human rights.
To ask United States, how does the US justify advocating prosecution of Russian war crimes while refusing to subject its own forces to ICC jurisdiction?
Can you repeat?
No. You want to will give the mic to you. Delegate of France.
I would like to raise the point of information to delegate of Zimbabwe. Does Zimbabwe support impunity of war crimes in the name of political alliances?
No, the delegate of Zimbabwe would like to respond to the point of information raised by the
Ma'am,
delegate.
with the permission of the executive board, you can answer the question. Please be seated. Delegate of Poland.
If Russia claims its actions are lawful, why oppose an independent UN investigation into Bocha and Mariupol massacres?
Thank you.
Bangladesh. What right does Bangladesh have to make a judgment on a global issue even when students in its own territory face a disruption?
Okay, Delegate of Belarus.
This is against all NATO delegates. Is NATO's expansion not a key trigger of regional insecurity?
Failed to arrest Omar al-Bashir in 2017 despite ICC warrants. How can it now credibly support ICC action against Russian leadership?
Can the delegate repeat the question?
Arrest Omar al-Bashir in 2017 despite ICC warrants. How can it now credibly support ICC action against Russian leadership?
Yes, and 15 seconds only. Fast.
Jordan is a country which is does not take any sides. It's very neutral. It works on principles, and it doesn't matter if the ICC is has an arrest warrant for Putin.
Okay, Russia.
As a member of UNSC should not be the reason security collapses. You call yourself innocent, yet veto investigations. Why fear scrutiny if you are clean? Over 90 UN member states condemn your actions. Are they all wrong, or are you the outlier of humanity?
They are wrong.
90 UN members are wrong and Russia is correct.
All are supporting Ukraine. All the NATO countries are supporting Ukraine.
If Russia
Except some countries. Except some countries, all the countries are supporting Ukraine.
If Russia claims innocence, let it face the International Criminal Court. Why hide behind vetoes? If Russia claims you are claiming your innocence, then why are you hiding behind vetoes? Why can't you face the International Criminal Court?
Russia is having veto power and you are saying
Thank you
Russia
so
is
much.
hiding behind
Thank you
veto
so
power.
much. Thank you so much. Delegate of Belgium.
China hides behind the word balance while ignoring bomb hospitals and the forced deportation of civilians. This is not neutrality, it is a silent endorsement of brutality.
Of Belgium. Does Belgium's strong support for Ukraine reflect a consistent human rights policy or selective geopolitical interest?
Everybody, can we just stop the war and work together for a peaceful world?
Information to delegate of India. While delegate states neutrality in this crisis situation, the world is aware of India-Russia tight relations. Isn't India supporting Russia internally, and isn't this hypocrisy?
India's relation with Russia has been there since the Cold War, but it does not have to do anything with the Ukraine conflict, as India hasn't gave Russia military aid for the conflict and has supported Ukraine giving aid.
My question is to the delegate of Russia that Russia has accused Ukraine in the genocide of Donbass, while however no international court has supported it and ICJ rejected it. What's the delegate's justification?
Nigeria, what accountability mechanism followed allegation that the Nigerian military committed mass killings and destroyed entire villages, such as in the 2013 massacre?
As the government of Nigeria in 2013, what's the response at that? In 2013, there was a Baga massacre, which is mentioned by delegate of New Zealand, and the delegate says that what is your opinion on that particular thing, where it was a mass killing of an entire village?
It's based on not on the country, it's based on a terrorist group that is accused on the village and destroyed every places on the country.
US explained how drone strikes and civilian casualties in other nations like Iran, Iraq, Syria qualify them to define war crimes.
Delegate of South Africa, how can South Africa use its position in BRICS and the African Union to promote a balanced and principled approach to global conflicts?
Paraguay is asking what's your role in the form of BRICS because you are one of the member of the BRICS and also the member of the African Union. How would you like to how would you like to approach the global conflict?
South Africa can act as a mediator promoting peace talks and using influence with the BRICS and UN supports. That's why South Africa joined the BRICS.
Okay.
The delegate of Pakistan raises a point of information to delegate of USA. Does USA support sanctions against Russia if they negatively impact humanitarian aid and education system in Ukraine?
They are questioning you only.
We are giving aid to Pakistan.
This is not a question, it is a statement by me. The question is, what was the question delegate of Pakistan? Sanctions against Russia. It was.
We gave sanctions against Russia for trying to build peace. But what did China and India do? China and India traded with Russia more and helped Russia. So while we are trying to build peace, they are trying to add fire in the.
Okay. Delegate of Kenya.
Persian Gulf War on 1991. So how could you raise your voice against the war when you are the active participation of armed conflicts in the past?
1 million refugees, Poland has witnessed the human cost of this war. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants citing war crimes. Verified reports from the UN Human Rights Monitoring Commission in Ukraine and International Independent Commission of Inquiry detailed civilian massacres, forced deportations of children, and use of internationally banned weapons demand immediate global response. Poland has spent over 2.2 billion in humanitarian aid and demands a unified effort to ensure justice, accountability, and reparations. Silence or delay will further embolden violators. Poland proposes three urgent solutions: strengthening international investigative mechanisms, creating a reparation fund, establishing a UN-led humanitarian protection corridors. Poland urges this council to stand in solidarity with victims and uphold the values enshrined in the United Nations Charter. The delegate thanks the chair.
I'd like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Poland by seeking clarification that can Poland explain that what actions this global responses that mentioned in the speech includes?
The delegate of Poland appreciates the point raised by the point of information by the delegate of Canada. Poland take actions to this global response should include immediate ceasefire negotiations focused on civilian zones, deployment of UN investigative teams to verify war crimes, stronger sanctions on those using internationally banned weapons like cluster munitions, protection corridors for displaced children and schools, and increased funding to UNICEF and humanitarian bodies. The delegate thanks the chair.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. As UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan once said, the UAE is a nation of peace, coexistence, and mutual respect. UAE will always stand by diplomacy and dialogue as the only path for resolving conflicts. Guided by these principles, the United Arab Emirates expresses deep concern over the ongoing conflict in Ukraine and its devastating human impacts. Reports of civilian casualties, displacements, and alleged war crimes are alarming and must be addressed through international cooperation and lawful accountability. While maintaining a balanced and neutral stance diplomatically, the UAE has taken concrete humanitarian actions. UAE have provided over 100 million US dollars in aid to Ukraine, including medical equipment, ambulances, and field hospitals. This contribution reflects UAE's core values, where economic strength is used not for power but for compassion. As a non-permanent member of this council, the UAE urges the international community to focus on diplomacy, protection of civilians, and uphold human rights, not through force but through unity, investigation, and peace building. Let us move forward not in division but in shared responsibility. The delegate of UAE thanks the chair.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Switzerland expresses great concern over the ongoing alleged war crimes and human rights violations in Ukraine. Switzerland affirms that neutrality is not silence, it is a position of active humanitarian engagement and principled diplomacy.
As the depository state of the Geneva Conventions, Switzerland holds a unique responsibility to uphold international humanitarian law. We condemn all violations, including attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, and call for full, unhindered access to independent investigations. Misinformation in this conflict has obstructed accountability and endangered humanitarian response. Switzerland actively supports fact verification efforts and cooperates with bodies like the UN, OSCE, and the European Centre of Excellence for countering hybrid threats to combat disinformation in real time. Children have been deeply affected, displaced, traumatized, and cut off from education through the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. We are delivering trauma-sensitive educational and psychosocial support alongside UNICEF and partners. Switzerland stands ready to serve as a venue for dialogue, a supporter of legal mechanisms, and a partner in peace. Neutrality does not mean absence, it means presence with integrity. Thank you.
It is so easy to break down and destroy. The heroes are who make peace and build. Stated by Nelson Mandela. Honorable Chair, respected delegates, good morning. As a delegate of Republic of South Africa, a nation known for its rich culture and strong belief in peace, democracy and human rights, South Africa has overcome the struggles of apartheid and today stands for equality and justice for all. We are proud members of African Union, BRICS and non-alignment movement working globally for peace and development. Regarding the Russia-Ukraine conflict, South Africa stands for peace, not war. From the beginning, South Africa argued both countries to engage in peaceful talks. We did not support war or violence from any side. In the United Nations, South Africa abstained from certain votes, not because of South Africa support war, but because South Africa believes in dialogue over condemnation. South Africa into a mediator, not a judge. President Cyril Ramaphosa has said South Africa calls for dialogue, mediation, and negotiation rather than violation. South Africa take no side in war but choose peace, following the spirit of Ubuntu, which means armed because we are. South Africa believes that global peace is shared progress. Let us work together for a better, peaceful world.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, since February 2022, when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the world has seen not just a war, but a humanitarian catastrophe. Entire cities, Mariupol, Kharkiv, Kyiv, have been bombed, homes, hospitals, and schools reduced to rubble. These are not just accidents, they are deliberate attack on civilians. In these times, where every moment counts, the world has seen the use of banned weapons, evidence of torture, and the execution of civilians, men, women, and even children. Ukrainian families have been torn apart, thousands of children have been taken, thousands deported, adopted illegally, stripped of identity, language, and family. And it doesn't stop there. In occupied areas, Ukrainian culture is being erased. Speaking Ukrainian, forbidden. Independent media, silenced. Protesters, dispersed or detained. Even nature hasn't been spared. Fertile farmland is scorched, rivers are polluted, and nuclear safety hangs by a thread at the Porsche. These are not isolated crimes. They are systematic violations of international law, confirmed by the United Nations, the International Criminal Court, and the European Court of Human Rights. They have documented these crimes and they demand more than justice. They demand outrage. In the face of such cruelty, silence is complicity. Let the voices of the ones in need be heard. For truth, for accountability, and for every victim who cannot. The delegate thanks the chair.
In 3, 2, 1. Peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Federal Republic of Nigeria is honored to speak before this respected conference today. The war in Ukraine started in 2014, but it became more intense in 2022 when Russia launched a large-scale invasion. At the core of this conflict are long-standing political differences, disputes over the control of territory, especially in the Crimea and the eastern regions of Ukraine, and increasing worries about NATO's expansion towards the east. Nigeria officially remains neutral in the Ukraine conflict. It does not support either Ukraine or Russia through its military or political means. Nigeria emphasizes the importance of setting up a safe and secure routes for the humanitarian aid. Nigeria recommends creating a mobile relief bridge system, which means moving trucks that carry not only foods and medicines but also small clinics, classrooms, and also trauma support teams. Nigeria is ready to help coordinate these with the support from neutral and African countries. In addition, Nigeria supports the formation of an independent international group to look into all the claims of war crimes and the human rights violations. It is important for the media to report accurately, for the communication to be truthful. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you to the chair.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the Republic of Panama joins this council with deep concern about the ongoing suffering and violence in Ukraine. We firmly support the basic principles of the United Nations, especially the respect for a country's independence, borders, and the peaceful way to solve problems as stated in the UN Charter. Panama is troubled by the increasing reports of attack on civilians, displacement of people, and possible war crimes. We believe that these serious actions must be looked into by a neutral and trusted international body such as the International Criminal Court (ICC), and those responsible must be held accountable. As a nation that values peace and dialogue, Panama urges all sides to follow international law, give full access to humanitarian aid, and work towards open and honest negotiations. We also support creating an independent UN team to investigate the situation and suggest the setup of protected humanitarian corridors to help those affected. Panama calls on this council to act together, not only with strong words, but with clear responsibility and unity. We believe this is a time to protect human lives and uphold justice. Thank you.
The delegate of France would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Panama. How does your delegation justify taking a meaningful stance in this committee on issues of war crimes and international accountability?
The delegate of Panama would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegation of France. I would like to say that Panama has a neutral stance on this conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and we focus mainly on the humanitarian aid, and we do not. Can you repeat the question again?
How does your delegation justify taking a meaningful stance in this committee on issues of war crimes and international accountability?
Yes, so we do not blame any country, and we only support humanitarian needs. Thank you.
Respected Chair, esteemed delegates, the ongoing humanitarian crisis has proclaimed the major concern of state of Qatar. Since the conflict began in 2022, many critical reports have emerged of war crimes and violation of international human rights. These reports include deliberate destruction of civilian infrastructure and attacks on civilian population. As a country committed justice peace law, Qatar is fully efforts to investigate matters through reputable and biased channels like the UN Human Monitoring Mission. We stress that accountability must be based on truth, legality, and humility, and cannot be selective or politicized. The state of Qatar calls to focus on ending the violence, protecting civilians, and supporting diplomatic talks that leads to lasting peace. Let us remember, justice and peace are not just opposing goals; they are linked. We must act together to uphold human dignity and international. The lyrics,
Concern. This war continues to claim innocent lives, destabilize the region, and shake the foundation of global peace. Pakistan believes that no conflict can be resolved through violence alone. History has shown us that war brings destruction, but never durable solutions. It is essential that all parties commit to de escalation and show restraint. Rather than taking sides, Pakistan advocates for balanced diplomacy and constructive international engagement. We encourage genuine efforts to mediate, not isolate, and to seek outcomes based on fairness, dialogue, and mutual security. At this critical juncture, the Security Council must act as a forum of responsibility, not rivalry. Our role is to reduce conflict, not amplify it. Let us stand for peace, for humanity, and for a future where dialogue triumphs over division. Thank you.
Chair, esteemed delegates. Lies written in ink cannot disguise facts written in blood. China recognizes the seriousness of ongoing situation in Ukraine
and expresses deep concern over humanitarian impact on civilians. China consistently upholds the principles of state sovereignty, non-interference, and peaceful resolution of dispute. China implemented 12-point peace plan for Ukraine and has sent 4 bases of humanitarian aid and expressed willingness to assist post-war reconstruction. We believe that politicizing human rights issues or assigning unilateral blame without credible and impartial investigation only worsen tensions. Allegations of war crimes and human rights violation must be addressed through objective multilateral mechanism under the framework of international law, particularly through UN. China urges all parties to exercise restraint and avoid escalation and prioritize diplomatic dialogue. We remain committed to playing a constructive role in promoting peace and facilitating negotiations of all countries involved. Thanks to the chair.
Committee that you want, it should be in the implications, it should be out that it should be followed by the other countries, right? It is for, so we say for example, our agenda, right, draft resolution on the top, and I guess you people have, first of all, you have to write draft resolution. Anyone have two A4 sheet paper? Two A4 sheets. Yes. Right? So, are you going to have one draft resolution or two draft resolution for the committee? I got it. Only one draft resolution? Two draft resolution. So, say for example, if you have one draft resolution, you are planning to have one draft resolution in the committee. You also work together and draft one resolution, right? Is it making sense? You have to draft one resolution, whole committee. Is it clear? So if you want that, you can draft one resolution also. So what is the basic criteria? What is the basic format of the draft resolution? First, you have to write the draft resolutions, right? Is it clear? Then you have to write UNSC, the committee, resolution 1.1. You can write any number, 1.3, 2.1, anything. So that's why, because say for example, if a UNGA committee is there, so UNGA resolution 63, there will be UNGA resolution 64. So it is a number. To yes, is it making sense? So for that only we have written UNSC resolution 1.1. Is it clear? And after that you have to write the agenda, the particular agenda of the committee, right? After that you have to write the sponsors. Who are the sponsors? So the person, the delegates who are contributing to the particular draft resolution. Say for example, they are giving the solutions. They are giving particular solutions for the draft resolution. They are the sponsors, right? They are the sponsors of the particular draft resolution. And who are the signatories? The signatories are the countries who are affirming that, right? Who are affirming that, who want that this draft resolution should be discussed, right? They are not contributing that much to the draft resolution, but they want that this should be added. This particular draft resolution should be discussed in the committee. Is it making sense? Last, delegate of Nigeria. Is it clear? So, say for example, in the first draft resolution, you can have 5 to 6, 7. You can have one sponsor also. You can have 7 to 8 sponsors also. Is it clear? And in the signatories, if we are having one draft resolution, everyone's name should be there in the signatories. Is it clear? Sponsors are Russia, Jordan, UK, USA, France, China, Belgium, Belarus, Panama, Nigeria. Signatories are Bangladesh, Japan, Indonesia, Pakistan, Ukraine, Ireland, India, Zimbabwe, Canada, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Germany, Kenya, Thailand, Paraguay, South Africa, New Zealand, Morocco, Switzerland, UAE, and Poland. The delegates, so we have a procedure that to table the DR. If the DR is tabled, then we can have the discussion on the DR. And after that, to pass the DR, we will have a different voting. In that voting, we need 2/3 majority, right? That is the special majority. And for tabling the DR, we need simple majority. That is the 50 plus 1 strength of the committee. The committee strength is 31. So we need approx 17. Right? 17 delegates. So the delegates who are wishing, who want that this particular draft resolution, UNSC resolution 3.1 should be tabled, please raise your placards. The delegates who want this DR should be tabled, please raise your placards. Tabling means now we can have the discussion on the DR, right? Delegates who are willing to table this DR, please raise the placards. I can see a clear majority. This DR draft resolution, UNSC resolution 3.1 is tabled. Now we will have discussion on this particular thing, right? So Russia and USA, please stand at your positions. It is written that you both are sponsors of this particular DR, and there is an operative clause mentioned in the DR that it talks about contemplating a ceasefire negotiation from both sides. Ukraine, delegate of Ukraine, please stand at your position. Is both the countries ready for a ceasefire from both the sides? Because it is mentioned in the DR that contemplating a ceasefire negotiation from both the sides. Are Russia and Ukraine on a table to have a ceasefire? We have the negotiation, right? Okay, thank you so much. Sit down. Delegate of Russia, delegate of Belarus, please stand at your positions. It is written that expressing deep concern about the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Ukraine and the tragic loss of civilian life. How in the world Russia and Belarus are saying that only humanitarian situation is bad in Ukraine, not in Russia? And you people are the sponsors of this draft resolution. How? Delegate of Belarus. Is there only casualties on the side of Ukraine only? It is mentioned in the draft resolution. How in the world you have been the sponsor of this particular DR? It is clearly mentioned that expressing the deep concern about the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Ukraine and the tragic loss of civilian life.
As this is a discussion, can the resolution be amended now?
I need a simple majority.
So the delegate of Belarus proposes an amendment in the draft resolution 3.1 by changing the objective clause into from humanitarian situation in Ukraine as well as Russia from humanitarian situation, deteriorating humanitarian situation only in Ukraine.
Okay, so members who are supporting this amendment, please raise your placards. So it is a clear majority. Delegate of USA has not raised the placard. You don't want the amendment? You want the amendment? Okay. Placard down. There is an amendment, and after the amendment, it is humanitarian situation in Ukraine as well as Russia. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So after the amendment, my question is to USA, delegate of USA, and delegate of Ukraine. Delegate of Russia and Belarus, be seated. My question is, if you are accepting that both the sides, say for example Ukraine as well as Russia, has the tragic loss of civilian life, are you admitting the fact? Are you admitting the fact there has been casualties on both the sides? Mike.
USA is working for peace. So, while Ukraine has defended, of course, there have been crises on Russia also. So, US supports that statement.
Okay. Thank you. USA delegate of UK be seated. So it is written that request the UN Office for the coordination of a UN-led investigative association with support from UN bodies like UNICEF and WHO. So what are you planning to have a new office for something like that? And what will be the office? What is the idea behind that? Anyone amongst you? Would you like to answer this question? The question is quite simple. It is written that in the DR, request the UN Office for the coordination of a UN-led investigative association with support from UN bodies like UNICEF and WHO. So what will be the name of the particular body and who will be chairing the body and what is the whole procedure of the body? Can you please explain it to me? Anyone amongst these five bright students? Delegates? In Belgium.
Tensions. So let's be clear, deterrence is not aggression and defense is not provocation. So the countries which are not a member of NATO also can raise their voice and participate in all that.
My question is quite simple. My question is, you have written that you people are the sponsors of this particular DR. It is written that the UN Office for the Coordination of a UN-led investigative association. What is the name of the association? What will be the name of the association? Could you please clarify?
Yeah.
You have thought any name for that? Who will be chairing that? What is the structure of this particular led or association?
As it is led by UN bodies like UNICEF and WHO,
Okay.
the name will be UN body itself.
Okay.
So we can include all the UN bodies.
It would be a body or a commission?
A UN body commission.
UN body commission, both?
Yes.
Either it can be a body or it can be a commission.
I would suggest UN body.
UN body on what?
UN body on the alleged war crimes happening in the global issues.
Global arena, okay.
Yeah.
Delegate of you will be the member of the particular body.
As for the president, it will be a country that has both financial.
Name them.
A few countries that come to mind are Germany, USA, and UK. A few countries that have come to mind.
Ma'am, if there will be three countries such as Germany, UK and USA, it will be a pro-NATO organization, it will be a pro-NATO body because Germany and USA are part of NATO and UK is a firm supporter of USA. So it will be a situation where Russia and allied countries will be on the border because it will be a clear violation, right? So how Russia is on the table for that? Delegate of Jordan. Give the mic to the delegate of Jordan. Yes.
The body will be comprising of mostly neutral nations.
Neutral nations like?
Jordan, Kenya, etc.
Jordan, Kenya. So you people will be, so there will be 5 president, 2 president, 3 president, how many president of that body and how you will ensure that proper investigation should happen?
By relying on the neutral countries with neutral stances, there will be proper investigation made by UN organizations.
Okay, delegate of France. Give the mic to delegate of France. It is written that expecting economically stable countries to give access to scholarship schemes for refugee students. Is USA going to give a scholarship scheme for a Russia student or a student based in Belarus? Because there is no direct profit of USA giving a scholarship scheme to countries like Russia, which is the firm in against the main whole proposition of NATO and USA. How in the world do people have agreed on these terms? Whole committee has agreed on such terms that we will be giving scholarship scheme for refugee students. Why USA will give a scholarship scheme to a Russia student? Why it will give to a student based on Belarus? Why? My question is why? Delegate of Nigeria, can you answer the question? Give the mic to delegate of Nigeria. Yes.
Repeat the question.
So my question is quite simple. How in the world is USA going to give a scholarship for refugee students of Russia?
So actually we are building a body as the Belgium said already before. So
Sir, the body is for investigation of alleged war crimes, right? And you have written, you are the sponsor of the DR. You have written expecting economically stable countries to give access to scholarship schemes for refugee students. So why USA is gonna give scholarship schemes to countries such as Belarus and Russia, which are the firm in the against of the particular notion of USA? Delegate of Panama is also one of the sponsor, right, of Panama.
By by creating this resolution, all the countries sponsoring and the signatories have come to a sort of alliance. So USA can also.
So you are saying that the war which was going from 1945, a Cold War which happened in 1962 at the Cuban Missile Crisis, the disintegration of 1991 USSR, and you are in a UNSC resolution and you have made the alliance of Russia and USA. You have made an alliance here.
Not exactly an alliance, but
Yes,
a
what?
sort of agreement.
Sort of agreement.
Yes.
Okay, so Russia and Ukraine, USA and Russia are on a table.
Can you repeat that?
Russia and USA are on a table to discuss the things.
Yes, on some topics.
Give a big round of applause for this committee. Sarcasm, sarcasm. This is sarcasm. Right? What do you mean by war-torn countries? It is written that urges all nations to actively participate in adding war-torn countries. What is war-torn countries? Now the question is quite simple. What is war-torn countries? You have written that. You people are the sponsors of this DR. Delegate of Belarus, stand. What is war-torn countries? Give the mic to Delegate of Belarus. Keep standing now.
The initial ideology of that sentence was to write Ukraine, to give aid to Ukraine. But after further discussion,
what is war-torn countries?
Yeah. Why
being a delegate of Belarus, and you are saying that war-torn countries, the initial mindset is Ukraine only. Okay. So what is a war-torn country? I'm not asking what name a war-torn country. What is war-torn countries?
Countries that have been ravaged by war.
Okay, that's the simple answer that I was asking. So also delegate of Russia. Written in the pre-emulatory clause recalling UN Charter Article 2 Clause 4 prohibiting the threat civil example. What is Article 2 Clause 4?
So it means no country can acquire other country's sovereignty or territorial integrity.
Could you give me an example of where 2 Clause 4 was violated?
Sir, for example, Russia violates the UN Charter 2 for the territorial integrity of acquiring Ukraine.
Okay. Okay. A clear foreign policy. Foreign policy violation was there because if the amendment happened in the operative clause 1, that is for humanitarian situation in Ukraine as well as Russia, because it is not the thing, right? So you have to keep in mind, keep your foreign policy, then make the DR, right? And not a single statement should be there in the DR which violates your foreign policy. In a UN committee, in a committee which talks about United Nations, any framework, your foreign policy is the utmost important, right? Utmost important is your foreign policy. Keep that in mind. Now we'll have vote on the particular DR, and before voting on the DR, so after that, the 2 days Model United Nations, the particularly simulation, academic simulation of United Nations Security Council comes to an end, and we will adjourn the committee till further proceedings that will happen next year, probably at the United Nations Security Council, Peevees Model United Nations 2026. So the delegates who are in favor of the particular DR draft resolution 3.1 to be passed, please raise your placards up and high. And with a big round of applause, it is passed. Draft resolution, the UNSC resolution 3.1, dated 3 August 2025, is passed. Thank you so much. It was wonderful hospitality here, wonderful campus, and you people are great. One of the best committee I have chaired because 31 delegates were there and 31 people were researching, 31 people were well researched. But the point was, you people were not so much focusing on the structure of the debate, but you people have a good research, you people are great in numbers of what you have strength. Say for example, when I was in class 9 or 10, I didn't know what is Russia, what is Ukraine, what is something else. So give a big round of applause for yourself. and also give a big round of applause for the student volunteers who are there, who are working tirelessly for today. And at last, give a big round of applause for both the vice chairperson and rapporteur of the committee. So very happy. Thank you so much.